Awesome. Let me check the levels. Are levels okay? Too loud. Maybe like that, and then a little like that. That seems okay. Let's see. Let's let people know that we're live. Shad's here. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Is Shadrix Shad Amethyst? Or are you a different Shad? Yeah, okay, figured. Lockdown isn't making things funnier. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, you know, we're on the home stretch maybe, it seems like. Just another 4 or 5 months and maybe there will be some sort of return to normalcy. Let's hope that, yeah, who knows. In the meantime, we have 5D chess to give us solace, to comfort us. Hey, Void's here. How's it going, man? Wanted to ask you something. Go for it. Now's the time before we jump into the match. Shad, am I correct in recalling that you're based in France? Is that right? Hey, Dreamer's here. What's up, man? Big hello to you, too. Yes, it's 8:31 here. Oh, we shouldn't delay any longer then. It's kind of getting late. Just finished a rated game, which included 10 active timelines. Jesus. What game mode? Because if it's Princess, I wouldn't be surprised. But if it's turn 0, that's pretty intense. Turn 0, wow. Jeez. Well, did you win? Okay, Void says I lost my 2 first league matches to regular checks. No 7 sacks by my opponent and everything. I felt horrible. Man, I mean, if you've been watching my stream long enough to know that shit happens, you know? A big part of, well, I mean, trying to play any game competitively, but especially 5D chess is, you know, nobody is above the simplest mistakes even now, you know? Dreamer says, yes, I did, but I had to cope with softmate at some point, also being significantly down on time as usual. Classic. I mean, you pulled it out, so kudos, man. Those frantic 10 timeline games where it's like, you know, sick, we're winning. Oh shit, there's softmate. But wait, you know, and then the further and further away you get from the center, the less accessible all of the outside timelines are, so the harder it is to stop softmate. It's really intense. You can find the image of the ending at Streamer Matches. Oh, I might check that out. Boyd asks, what should I aim for? Learning classical chess even more? Listen, I'm not an authority per se, and I don't want to keep Shad waiting too much longer. So let's try to jump in real quick here. But I'm not amazing at regular chess or even at this chess, 5D, but I think like anything else, practice makes perfect. Just play more games. I think that you can't expect yourself to improve without playing games. And if you're playing a bunch of games, it's ridiculous to expect yourself to not lose a bunch of games. So I think that losing a lot is a big part of getting better at the game. And I think that there are critical, it's important to be in like the improving mindset rather than being like frustrated at yourself, really sort of scrutinizing your lost games and your won games equally and sort of thinking like, okay, where did it go wrong? Like anything else, like really actively doing the thing over and over again. I mean, mindlessly playing a bunch of games isn't going to help you improve. But that's kind of all there is to it, is just play more, listen, I lost like a rated game. I don't think that was last week. Well, last week I didn't stream, but one of these recent streams I lost on like turn 4 to like Fool's Mate against Andre, and that was like incredibly embarrassing. But then we came back, and then I think like 2 games later, maybe we didn't quite win. No, I think we won 2 games later, but only because he decided to show off instead of just actually beating me the easy way. So all right, I'm really sad and even a little salty with my performance. Lost to not even past the entry league. Hey, I mean, I'm salty. I lost. I went 1-1. And I just knew that I was playing really poorly. That was last week. But, there's like a bit of a spilt milk situation, like if it doesn't hurt, then losing isn't going to help motivate you to not lose more. Like being devastated at losses. Hikaru was talking about this the other day. I mean, as long as it's like a healthy amount, it's only going to help you get better, because it's going to like drive your determination, right? And that's what I thought. I was like, oh shit, well, I guess all I have to do is not lose any of the rest of my games. And you sort of like funnel that in a healthy way. It's important not to go overboard and like it be a detriment to your self-worth or whatever, to lose. But yeah, you use the losses to sort of lick your wounds and retake your mark and try again, basically. I'd recommend playing both 2D and 5D. 2D allows you to develop your strategic side of playing, like where to put pieces so they cover more opportunities, and 5D to progress with 5D tactics. I think that that's a good point. I think that you implicitly do improve the 2D aspect playing 5D. I think it's more important to play more 5D, but if you can't play a lot of 5D, I think 2D is very helpful. But there is a massive crossover for sure. My opponent had very good 2D openings that progressed any piece they could ask. I'm sure there's room for 2D improvements. Any theory you can recommend to beginners? Doing tactics puzzles is incredibly helpful for 2D chess, and I would guess almost as helpful for 5D chess. 2D helps keep your mind fit, but if you just do like on chess.com, like puzzles or Lichess as well, just doing tactics puzzles over and over again, I think is the fastest way to improve, especially at lower levels. I think that I saw the most improvement in my 2D just doing a bunch of tactics puzzles. But yeah, there's huge crossover. Okay, Shad, random colors to start. Medium clock, custom match. Do you want to just jump into this? I'm not warmed up, but who cares? We just want to jump into this. We don't want to keep Shad waiting. It's like nighttime over there. Let's go. Awesome. Whew. Let's jump right into this. GLHF. Good luck. Thanks, Void. Good luck all around. Let's give a good luck to it's a shed. It's reference shed. GL muting you now. Awesome. Let's go. Ready for this. Whew. Okay. Let me know how the levels are, chat. If I should turn down the music, I'll turn down the music a bit. Obviously, chat, this is a tourney match, so, you know, be nice. Don't offer moves that I can benefit from, etc. I'm still happy with the way that things are going. My tournament experiences have been pretty good. People haven't been spoiling anything for me. Let's just jump right into it with the standard Knights Out. Ooh. So he doesn't block d5 immediately. Doesn't that mean that we can just that we can f7 sack? Am I wrong? Oh, no, I'm off by a turn, right? No, I'm not off by a turn. But he has the defense ready here. So I wonder if we just want to trade queens, just get him off the board, especially while our opponent's white, because he could sack here as well. I don't think that f7 sacking is good here because he's got the defense. You know, if we f7 sack and then come all the way back here, then this can threaten. I don't think it's worth. I think I'm okay with just sacking our queen here and then going for reasonable chess here. I think that something like this could be quite tricky. I don't know if we want to do it like right off the bat. The issue with this is that now this knight is blocked in, so we want to figure out how to develop this knight. And bringing him this way is not going to be amazing. Let's think. This is going to be really good. We want to avoid providing this outpost to our opponent. We have the option of doing that, whereas he doesn't, which I think is good for us. And it'll open the eyes of our bishop. Maybe we'll fee and kettle this guy. So I'm good with doing this. This prevents this from happening. And then it prepares the bishop to go up here. You know, maybe we can mess around. Ooh, bishop out like that. That's interesting. Maybe we can even break here in the center. Prepare like a break. b6, c5. Something weird like that. Could also... I like that. Kind of played a bit slow. Okay. He's getting his knight involved. We've still got this amazing square. I mean, he's now attacking that amazing square, which is slightly lame for us. Oh, okay. It's one of these situations, eh? Actually, do we have an interesting... Well, not really. Okay, let's play this sensibly. I think our 2D prowess is really going to be tested here. I think that this is really good because he has no way of not opening up this. Like, he can't put a bishop here or here to take back when we take the knight with our bishop, so it's going to ruin his structure. His king's pretty open. I think that we're happy about that, even if we're trading a bishop for a knight. Which in a position like this I don't think is necessarily great, especially because this knight is really sort of suffocated by this pawn anyway. Okay, now we might be beginning to cook with gas. This may be the time. I think that this is going to be good for us, especially if we're thinking about this break, because we've got, you know, it's got 3 attackers, we've got 3 defenders. we mess around with this knight a little bit. I'm a bit nervous. I got some tourney nerves going here. Interesting. What do we do about that? So push here, and this guy's undefended. Obviously this guy is, this pawn is pinned to this guy, and we don't want, maybe we do one of these. Does this look weird? Maybe it looks a little weird. I don't think it looks that weird. Push takes. I mean, takes is kind of frustrating, but what about something like this? Because then it kicks this pawn sort of, if takes, and it's still defended. And then we're not, we give our rook like space to move forward. Let's do that. We gotta, it's the start of the day, but we gotta not think so long. Okay, so this happens as expected. So now I think this might actually be a play. Let me think. Here, it's not amazing. Because after push, then what? It's a bit of a problem, no? What about push like this? Just cut off the bishop. Yeah, I think I like this. This is fine with me. Okay. Wonder if we've weakened this side of our board a little bit too much. Also want to get this. See, this guy's he's a little upset, isn't he? This might even be a game where we want to castle, crazily enough. So I mean, this sort of our pretty little outpost that maybe we hoped for, low key. It's no longer a thing, really. Let's think here. How do we... This knight isn't the happiest knight in the world. I think we'll fianchetto our bishop. We'll connect our rooks. This is a bit of a weird game. This bishop is kind of sad. This bishop is pretty blocked in as well. If there's a push here, it might be a little bit awkward for us, potentially. I could see that being awkward for us. We will have difficulty connecting our rooks in that situation. Pushing here might be suboptimal for our cause. Might even push here. Getting ready to push here. It's playing it really slow. Really want to activate this bishop as soon as possible. Might even be worth a time travel. If we fianchetto this bishop, then we have the pawn push to sack here some number of turns later. Well, it's not great for us, because after rook here, then we get this pawn back as well. And then between this knight and that bishop, I think there are plays. Yeah, okay, so this is a move that I wasn't super looking forward to, but I think we can probably safely ignore it. I think if takes, then we just take back here and we're not super frustrated. Like that we want to do this. What else am I looking at here? Here, here. Okay, we're just going to do this. We're not going to waste too much of our time. So this pawn was defending this square. Although it does, this bishop is slightly less boxed in now. How does he, where's this knight going? Either here or here? Yeah, we got to put something together. I feel like we need to put something together. And we're not currently putting anything together. I think we're playing this too slow. We need to really think about this. Like this knight is pretty impotent, mostly because of this pawn. We could go for a break here, but you know, we have fewer defenders of this square than we would like now. Let's catch up in chat. It's been a little while since we've looked at chat. Dreamer is being very helpful, giving 2D advice. Oh, interesting. What does this do? Is he preparing maybe like a pawn, like a supporting role here for this pawn? I do wish this bishop was doing a little bit more than it is. This is a very complicated structure. Let's think here. I don't want to get smothered. I feel like I'm getting a little smothered. I think this knight is sad. This knight. We have maybe castling ideas here. Is that too dangerous? Man, how on earth do we make this piece useful? Maybe we just take this here. That opens up our file. Maybe we just take here. Maybe that's the play. Maybe that's the play now that I think about it. This might be the play. 1, 2, 3 attackers and 2 defenders here. If he's, you know, presumably he was preparing to put a lot of pressure here. I think we can just rook out. Rook over here. Take advantage of this. Stupid hotel Wi-Fi giving me every other word. I think making the optimal moves would be best. Damn. Best way to play this game is to never make any mistakes. Ooh, okay, so this happened. We weren't thrilled by the idea. Actually, I'm not positive what's going on here. Because if we take, what's the big problem? This guy still can't really do much. And this guy's undefended. So he has to take here, right? Oh, the idea is to bring this bishop over. Although this knight is guarding this, square. But it is dicey. It is a bit dicey, I'll give him that. There are some dice. There's some dice afoot. Do we want the passed pawn here? I have to be really careful. I have to be super careful. Maybe king in the corner. Where next turn this guy can go here, g4, g5, no, sorry, g3, g2. G2 here looks really good for us. So I think next turn we're getting ready for a travel, maybe. Probably just do one of these. That way it's not mandatory for us to castle in order to feel safe. Okay. I feel fine about this. I think we're getting ready for a bishop travel next turn. I've been eyeing this. This whole time. I'm not positive what the idea here is. I mean, this is covered. This is covered twice. This is covered twice. I don't know. Let's look at this bishop capture. I think it looks really good for us, no? We're just gonna go for it on pure instinct. We're just gonna do this live. Fuck it. By the way, is it a casual game or a tourney one? It's tourney. Agree, just grab all pieces with your hands, put everything together. It's not too late to Bonclad. It's never too late to Bonclad, John. But this is a tournament game and I don't want to lose, so there's always that. It is a bad strategy, but it is a strategy. This game is a nice example of my words. Both players play carefully, closing off 5D tactics, so it comes to positional play, which requires 2D skills. That's true. Good luck with that time capture. Always nervous to initiate those. It's never clear what the right play is with these moves. Yeah, we're just gonna do this for sure. Just every day of the week. Just look at this. How does he deal with this? This looks like a nightmare to me. I ain't no professional, but I like to think that I know a little bit about this game. And this seems scary. This seems quite scary. We've got a number of turns before we make it to the present either, so I don't even have to really worry about it. I have to keep in mind that this pawn and this bishop, you know, I need to keep those squares unoccupied. By the time this board catches up to this board. Otherwise, you know, it's an issue for us. We could lose pieces for no amazing reason. And that's just no good. I hope what we haven't done is given him the opportunity to sort of slide in here and do anything too sneaky, like with this bishop, like this bishop play over on this board or some such. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I think our opponent might have to be careful here. But let's think about how we actually capitalize. We've got... Oh, wow. It's going to go back to the same place, right? Yeah. But why? He just gave us timeline priority. He just removed a defender from this board. What? What does any of this mean? What just happened? So now we can threaten some pretty silly stuff, can't we? Like next turn we can go here. And then threaten... Not this turn, but next turn we can go here and then threaten capturing here. Which is basically instamate, I think. That was a move. And it's a move that I don't really understand. I'm sure I'm missing something. Maybe he wants to go for like many... No, I don't quite get it. I really don't quite get it. Let's see. Maybe let's do this. Scare him out. Oh, is there something we have to cover? Am I missing something? No, by the time it gets here, we don't have to worry about any moves from here. Oh, is he trying to... No, yeah, I mean... Okay, next turn... No. Okay. I don't get it. We're gonna do this. So that when we do here, if takes... So now, if... Okay, takes didn't happen, so now we can do this. Am I taking crazy pills? Or is he in deep doo-doo? This is weird. This is weird how this game has progressed. I don't quite get it. I don't know what's happening. Good luck with that time capture. Sounded like you saw him off into a long journey, pretty much. Interesting strategy. I do like some pieces of... This is going to be way up here, though, buddy. There's nothing that you can really do about this. What's the purpose of this? Besides giving us a free piece? We could check him. This does check him. So he can't do anything. Okay, okay. We got there, guys. We got there. Here are the arrows. We made it. We made it. Okay. Nothing. No big debacles. No crazy blunders. It was an interesting positional game. And then we saw this opportunity with the bishop. And then we took it, and it ended up being pretty good for us. GG, Shad. That was an interesting game. Okay, let's see. Confused cement noises. Yeah. Those are just called cement noises. Cement's always confident until he isn't. My chat knows me well. Dom knows me well. It's another strategy. Make your opponent confused by playing a move nobody understands, even you, and make a very clever face. That moving into the future did seem like a blunder, though. Yeah, so I think, Shad, the question of the hour is everyone's wondering, like, this big brain knight move was like too big brain for us. We don't really understand exactly what was going on here with this knight into here. Besides the fact that it's the nice knights never get to move, you know, like 1+2 in totally in time. So that must have been very satisfying to do. But the idea is, you know, please educate us. We're all very fascinated. Hi, good game. It was fun to watch. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate it, man. Cheers. I was overconfident in my ability to defend the -1L, and I wanted to get myself 2 bishops on c7. Okay. I figured it was something like wanting to get 2 bishops on c7. Yeah, that makes some degree of sense. Yeah, I mean, if you just thought this was totally fine, you know, I could understand. Yeah, the only trouble with that, you know, and you probably were pretty good to defend this. It was just when you gave me the extra timeline by by making the time travel move that turn, yeah, that sort of kind of bailed me out of what might otherwise have been an irresponsible decision, to make this extra timeline. But I mean, you know, who knows? Who knows? That was a good game. It was a nice positional game. You know, lots of 2D happening. I was pretty scared. I think if I was more confident in my position on board here in the present, I wouldn't necessarily have gone for this to mix it up a little bit. So it was good. All right, game 2. Actually, I'm gonna preemptively hit the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. I know it's early in the stream, but better safe than sorry. So I'll be right back. Oh, you guys can appreciate my most recent YouTube thumbnail in the meantime. There we go. Let's get that up there. Subscribe to the YouTube. Thanks. And we're back. I had a lot of tea with breakfast, so ran right through me. Sorry, stream. Sam at the truck. GG. Thanks, Ian. Our buddy Tenguarin hopping in to say hi. So when are you gonna show off your guitar chops? Good joke. Not on stream. Probably never on stream. Hey, Dave Gone Wild, subscribing with Prime. Thank you so much, Dave. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. I don't know why my it didn't play like the alert. That was weird. I don't know what the hell happened there. Don't leak my real name. Sorry, I don't want the government to find me. My bad. that was my bad. You know, I know how few people there are out there fitting your white name description. Hell yeah, brother. I appreciate the support. Thanks so much. I had a pretty hellish week off the back of those 2 exams that I had to take, so I didn't have time to put the finishing touches on the emotes or on the loyalty badge, but they're coming. All right, they're coming. What is that first tag in front? I think now on Twitch, the first maybe like dozen people or something like that to subscribe to a channel get the founder badge. And so Dave, of course, one of our loyal watchers, one of my good friends, he was one of the first people to sub. So there we go. Peter Guy's streaming. Would love a raid to him. Hey, when we're done, to be fair, we're probably going to stream for another solid like 5 hours. But if he's still streaming when we're done, then yeah, we got a second game here to play though, with white this time. So Shad, if you just want to toss these in, if you're ready to go, we can get this ball rolling. Would hate it if people figured out my first name. I mean, maybe it's the long con, you know? It's possible that you were never Dom to begin with. Who knows? Oh, if that's so, I might leave by then. Shad Geo. Okay, Shad's in. Good luck, good luck. Have fun, have fun. Let's do this. What is this channel I'll be watching to at the same time? I think it might be Twitch/PetaGuy. I'm not positive, though. I'm not positive. Okay. Before I get too distracted, we're on a roll. We want to keep this gravy train moving. Good luck, have fun. Thank you, Dom. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go. We're going to open with the ready. Knight f3. Forever. And we're probably just going to go with the quick and easy d4. Knight f3, d4. No f7 sacks here. I haven't yet been sufficiently punished to not want to do this. So we're just going to do this. Oh. Now this is interesting. Because now I have the option of blocking like this. And I think I can time travel next turn. Am I wrong in thinking I can time travel next turn? I think maybe we can time travel next turn. I might be wrong. If queen b3, I think we have f7, and so he has to open up here, like this. I think he has to play c6 to prevent queen c3, and I mean, I kind of like, I was into the whole let's get the queens off the board game plan. This is also pretty dangerous here, no? Frappuccinoing the... Whoa. Wait, but this doesn't... Then he can't get his queen out in time to defend. Maybe I'm not up on my f7 defenses. Or maybe I'm off by one turn. Let's see. Turn 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, no, we get an f7 sec here, don't we? Am I wrong about this? I'll be embarrassed if I'm wrong about this. The other issue with this is that we can, with this structure, is that we can pin the shit out of this knight, and seems like a problem. Am I crazy? Am I crazy, chat? I mean, don't answer that. Obviously, don't answer that. Oh, is it something like he gets a knight? That still doesn't make sense, actually. What? I think we go for this just to learn. Just to figure out what the defense is. You know, we're up a game. I think we want to understand what we've done wrong, you know, because he doesn't have the queen to come down here and defend this anymore. Maybe he miscalculated. Come on, you can't miscalculate this though. Okay, we're just going immediately for the one of these. You guys know the play by now, probably. I assume. Knight out here. Oh. Now he hasn't blocked this. So we get the... So we get a mate on this file. So we can do one of these to threaten mate immediately so that he can continue to not be able to cover here. I mean, we can always mate with the bishop in a hot minute. So here as white. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna do one of these. And he kind of has to do this. Oh, it doesn't get there in time. It doesn't get there in time. Am I crazy here? Am I taking crazy pills, chat? Again, don't answer that. This is a tournament game. Because here, it's here, and then he's got to block that here immediately with the knight. If he goes here, then, you know, this is bad news bears for our friend. For our dear opponent here. Not to mention this diagonal here, which is going to give him headaches next turn. So I don't exactly see what the idea is. And of course, we don't have to do anything until like 3 turns from now, when we just push this pawn and then we win the game because of it. So now we can push this. Let's see what's going on from up here. Nothing much. Because here we've got f7, e6, d5, c4, and then our next turn b3 is mate. So now he's got to prevent this from happening. He's got to prevent this from being mate. I don't see how he does that. I don't quite see how he does that. It's got to be a time travel, I think. So he's got to defend this here. He's got to prevent this from being mate. Or I think the next turn queen here is actually mate. I think our opponent is in a bit of a pickle. Unless I'm mistaken. Which is more than possible on this stream. I mean, for those of you following, for those of you OG, what do I call my followers? You know how people have, you know, streamers have like silly pet names for their viewers? Like the Day Knights, or the Mango Nation, or the whatever. This is mate next turn, no? Like immediately? Okay, let's recalculate. Here, right here. Here, right here. Here, right here. Here, right here, and then here. Yep, he's in check. Okay, we got it right. We calculated. That's good that we didn't miscalculate. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Launcher time, see you guys later. Godspeed, Dom. Good luck. Bro, 90% of 5D chess comes from to sacking on f7. I don't make the rules, man. I don't make the rules. You know, it do be like that sometimes. Oh, wow. But we can check here. Next turn. Like always. Every time. We check Everton. See, he can't check us on that board. So no matter what he does here, well, okay, so the question is it better to check him this turn or to set up? It's probably better to check him this turn, right? So where can he even go? I think it's probably better to check him this turn so that he can't set up. Because that does severely limit his options for setting up a defense of some sort. How does he even defend? I think we just check him. I think we don't think about it too much. Because if he does anything other than, yeah, see, he's got to defend in a way, and then we check. Okay. And we F7'd our way to victory. This was a pretty textbook F7 game. It's just how it, that's just how it goes. Got F7'd. Sorry, Shad. It's a tournament, you know? That's just how it goes. Bruh, me. You know? It's F7. I mean, I played against F7. You played against F7. But not quite. You played against F7 really well last game. Not this game. You know? Now I feel kind of bad. Not actually. It's a tournament. That's how it goes. I mean, you did get F7'd. That's definitely what happened. Those night travels seem stonks. It's gotta be said. Yeah, you these night travels, these like two time over, one line down night travels, you got them on lock. That's for goddamn sure. Seems like a soft mate's incoming. Yeah, juiciers, Turks, flaggers, of course. Okay. Maybe, yeah, maybe the flaggers is like the right name for our viewership. Hey Los, how's it going? GG Shad. This was definitely an F7 game. I was surprised that here you didn't instead of this pawn move here, c6 would have enabled you to bring the queen out. That's definitely what I thought you were going for, because it's basically what you did last game, but from the white side. So yeah, I want to know your ideas though. Did you intentionally let the f7 sack happen, or were you thinking, or did it just like slip past you basically? Like, did you mean to allow the f7 and then this was preparing counterplay ideas? I thought you were going to develop the bishop instead, then totally blinked on the queen because of 2D chess theory. Oh, that sucks. Because you did exactly the f7 defense last game, so I for sure thought it was like fresh in your mind. But it's, yeah, if it was just you were too deep into the 2D chess theory, that really sucks. I feel you know, I feel less good about that then. I was excited for a second. I was like, oh my god, you know, like there are these knight ideas. Like I'm okay with losing this game if we just learn, you know, these like novel counter f7 strats. But it didn't quite come to pass. GG's. We can play some more if you want. Let me report our matches here. And then to Pfannkuchen as well. There we go. Sure, we can have one or two friendly games. Where the night move I was considering didn't do much, although it looked cool. Definitely looked cool. That's for goddamn sure. All right. And then we got another one. There we go. We are approaching 1600. We're at 1596, which is super exciting. I think like one or two more games and we actually end up on the leaderboard. Top 10. I'll have to leave the stream due to connection issues. F. So let's get some Fs in the chat for Los. See you next time. All right. Hope you can come back, Los. Glad that you could stick around. Okay, let's do one or two friendly games with Shad. Did you say 1600? Want to play then? Dreamer's trying to gatekeep me out of the top 10. We'll see how I feel about that when we play some friendly games against Shad. Shad, do you want to play turn 0 or do you want to play one of the others? Like defended pawn, reverse royalty. It's got to be said, I've never played half reflected or two timelines in my life. Just never. It just hasn't happened. Half reflected, two timelines. Not a single game has been played. Let's do two timelines then. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, by the way, you still owe me some rating. Okay. We'll see, Dreamer. Dreamer getting ready with some shit talk in the chat. Oh, oops, I'm still white here. Okay, so this is some friendly two timelines with Shad. I've never played two timelines. I have no idea what to expect. Average human, of course, comes out of the woodwork as soon as we talk about anything remotely exotic here. Neither have I. Awesome. Okay, cool. All right, this is just a casual game with Shad. Neither of us have played this game mode. Apparently, it's mostly a meme, according to just your average human. I can feel how Shad is going to be double F7. Nah, I mean, it's not. I won't F7. I come from the land of bronze. We got 9 people in the tourney already. Whoa, that's super exciting. Congrats, man. Whoa, okay. What's going on here? This is the, hold on. Cool your jets, everybody. This is spicy AF. Okay. Okay. We're gonna do a little bit of this right now. Let's just see what happens, chat. Let's just see what happens here. Nobody tell Shad, but he took the bait. We were planning this from day one. Feels pretty good, man. The idea is, of course, here. Okay, I wanted to bait the pawn push so that, you know, the vulnerability of e4 is obviously that you open up the king file, like, immediately, right? So I'm hopeful here that we can actually come up with something a little silly. Question is whether this move is worth it. Whoa. Okay, everyone calm the fuck down. I don't think we can quite do anything here yet. But I think we have a lot of ideas. Okay, I kind of like... it's probably not a great move. But we have the extra... Ooh, there's a lot to do. There's a lot going on. We have to think. There's a lot of potential. This is a whole new world. 2 timelines is crazy. I'm already just like so... My flabbers are aghast. I don't know which way is up. I'm overwhelmed right now by possibilities. It's a whole new world. Wow, look at this queen. There's so much we can do. We probably want to block this. We don't want to lose on this diagonal. That's for goddamn sure. And I think we lose maybe next turn almost. We could always do this. In a few turns, this is gonna be, because he opened this up until, okay, so what are we, black? So we're looking here. So this king is open here, and then here, and then here. So in 2 turns, if we get a bishop here, then it's check. So we can probably win the queen. We can probably win the queen pretty hardcore. So let's do something sneaky. Okay, I wanna not lose here, but then here I think that we want to kick that queen, and it'll probably get kicked over here, right? So we need to set up a big brain play where we can... Yeah, but I don't really care if it gets kicked over there. We want to... Okay. This is the play. We've already got some interesting ideas here. My dad jokes have much to learn from Samet. I mean, one does one's best. I'm happy to provide. We had dad jokes. No shame in that. It's an interesting variant. So average, when you say it's a meme, is it a meme because it's an absolute joke of a format? Whoa. Hold on, sir. It's a little spooky, isn't it? Hold on. Is the mate next turn? I think the mate's next turn, right? Yeah, I think that we want to do this. And then we want to do just a little bit of this. Yeah, we're happy with that. We're happy with that for sure. Okay. So now the question is, can we wait? If we take here this turn, it's check, right? I mean, he gets our queen, so that's probably something that we don't want to do this turn. On the flip side, though, he has opened up for us the opportunity to okay, so I mean, these knights both cover f5. So we need to exercise a modest amount of caution here. Here I think we are kind of stuck blocking this, like so. That's just the way it is. What can I say? And here we got to get this queen out of danger, but I think that we can maybe do some sneaky... Not really. Can we? Okay, if we go here, the cool thing about that... Wait, now if this guy gets kicked, there's no... This bishop is defending c2 though. Maybe we're a little late to the party here. Maybe we can't really capitalize on... I don't know. I think that kicking the queen like this is probably a good play. I think we're just going to do this. We're just going to kick the queen. He countered it wrong. It was last turn. Whatever. We'll figure it out. As soon as we kick this queen, it's going to open back up anyway, so I'm not super worried. If he takes here, I think we're fine because we take with check. And then... Actually, is it better to capture with the... I'm not sure. We'll see what happens. I see do the bishop pawn jump. It's so cool. And knight protecting against the bishop take queen. Even if you lose a queen, you're even. We'll see. I think that this bishop move is going to come out eventually. I want to see what he does here. Probably taking there is the best move, if I had to guess. And I don't have to guess, but I will guess. I think here we take the queen and then actually move this bishop here. Threatening to capture this knight. And then he can sack his bishop to give us a check if he wants to, but there isn't a great way that he can cover this knight. Like that. And I don't think we're in any hurry to take advantage of this, especially with the queen on the bottom board. Like, the fact that this queen is here right now means that, I mean, basically we can collapse on this whenever we want to. It's going to be just the biggest liability for our opponent, I think. Beige liability. Okay. He's preparing like some crazy battery of some sort, I guess. I'm actually not very worried about that. I'm just going to do this and then this. We're going to give our opponent a check up here, and then we're going to threaten this knight with this bishop here. It's going to be fine. So white has opening advantage. And it's huge if anyone bothered to do f7 theory. Ah, okay, yeah. f7 on 2 timelines, like Dreamer was saying. Probably that's pretty big yikes there. I think we definitely could have played this more cleanly. I think I was a little sloppy. I think that taking advantage of this, I could have done a better job. But I didn't. But it's fine. I think we're in pretty good shape here. Okay, he's sort of putting another attacker. That's interesting. I could just take this. I don't think I'm too worried about all of this nonsense. Maybe I should be, I don't know. It's possible. I think that this is a dangerous game here that we're playing with our opponent. Probably dangerous for him. Castles. Whoa. Okay. Oh, never mind. I lied. Oh, I didn't lie. Castles on both boards. Ooh, interesting. Well, D2 is covered by the queen. I think now we probably want to, let's see. We want to get, something like this over here. Might do. Maybe not this turn, but next turn. Because if we do this next turn, yeah, if we maybe do this, block all of this nonsense over here. Well, actually, it might be in trouble if we play it quite that aggressively. But like a patient waiting move, actually maybe something like this, which threatens his queen down there, so he probably has to waste a tempo doing this. Because then next move we can do this and then go back to here on this board, which I don't see any world in which that's not like immediately lost for our opponent, basically, right? So, you know, like this happens and then what, like check here, and then he has to basically move out of the way forced, and then we have like a queen mate or something like that. Something like that. Yeah, because we threaten this queen here if we do this. So he kind of has to respond. I'm into it. Let's do that. And then down here, let's do maybe something like this. That way, if he doesn't do this and he does something here, he loses a queen. And if he does... My bad, guys. There was a knight there the whole time. Yes, my chat, of course, now letting me know that it's protected by the knight. I don't really care, though. I'm not worried about it. Because it means that he didn't defend against this, basically. This was the main goal this whole time. Like this. Like that. And if he wants, he can deliver check. But actually that's better for us because then we go back to a turn where this square is covered by this queen, and that's pretty insane. I think, at least. And the question is what the best play is over here. I have a feeling that this knight guarding its own square 2 timelines down, or 2 timelines down and 1 time over, might actually like become relevant, possibly. Like if he tries to collapse on this square after we do this time travel. Good old 2D defenses here with this knight. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Oh wow, he takes, but that's bad for him. I thought it was bad for him. It's very possible that it's not bad for him. I did, after all, just miss a 2D knight capture. Good old 5D tunnel vision. Yeah, this relates to our discussion a little bit earlier about, you know, how can I improve at 5D chess? Maybe by playing 2D chess. Yeah. No, knowing how the pieces move in 2D, I can confirm, will help your 5D gameplay. It will, for sure. Oh, that's what's happening, isn't it? Look at this juicer here. Just look at that juicer go. That doesn't prevent this time travel from happening, man. Prevents it from happening next turn. Not this turn. He goes ahead and does it, the mad lad. Wow. Am I the one taking crazy pills? Who's to say? Let's think here. Let's think here. I mean, bishop here covers the knight down there. And it activates the bishop. Why not do something like that? Let's get weird. You know? Let's go crazy. Whoa, ho, 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 ho. Lol. Check this out, guys. Do you see this? Pretty ridiculous. Pretty ridiculous. You tried the F7 sack, but it lands on the board with the knight. Classic. I mean, clearly I set this up like 6 turns ago, right? When I thought, oh, this is a perfect time to do this exchange because then he can't time travel to this board with his with his bishop, right? Good stuff. Yeah, big brain Hemet. No, I mean, obviously I can take like negative credit for this. Like I would never have seen this coming. Yeah, but I agree with average. Yeah, taking the risks with the pawn here, you know, taking that, you kind of do have to take risks as white here because you're in a sticky situation. Your situation is more than a bit sticky, I think. I don't know. Wait, but that just loses your tempo, and then you can't take one of the defenders of this square from here. Well, it doesn't defend that square, but I don't even know if it'll be relevant. Well, let's just see what happens. I mean, here I can take here. And then, you know, we deliver a check like this. And then we can deliver a check like this, and then this is mate. So this actually happened. That's curious. I think I'll go ahead and make... I think the sack's winning. And if it's not, then we're going to find out in a in a hot minute here. I mean, he can take with the pawn next turn here, but it's not like he can avoid taking with the king for a turn here, so it doesn't actually really matter. And this bishop doesn't actually cover this square until the next turn, you know, like after. And here, oh, maybe now I understand where he's coming from. Because this bishop, of course, covers... Because this bishop covers our mating squares here. Not that we have to mate there, of course. We definitely don't have to mate there. But... question is, what if we check... Actually, isn't this just mate? Because he can't move away, right? Yeah, isn't he soft mated on this board? Okay, I was thinking too many steps ahead. I thought he could get out of this for some reason, but I don't think he can. The knight bonk. Yeah, the knight bonk is what ended up happening, that's for sure. Knight bonkers. Auto chat held a message. I'm gonna allow this one into chat. I don't know why, but for some reason, my bot, my chat bot didn't like that last message. I don't know why. Yeah, he's got a time travel, but I don't think there's any way that he can get down there in time, unfortunately. Well, he's got 2 time travels. And so he can get 5 away. Okay, there is... Oh, I think with the queen. I think you have to do it with the queen. Pretty sure you got to do it with the queen, man. Could just take this here. Why not? Yeah, I think you have to travel with the queen there. No. Oh, he's trying to go for the long. He's trying to go long here, our opponent. There's no way that he can prevent check like this. Right? Yeah, there's just like no there he can't put a piece here. He could move this away. That would prevent check the next turn. But then it's basically equivalent to check, because if we do this, then the next turn we can check him here, so he has to deal with this. Yeah. It's the same as... It's basically the same thing as a check. Yeah, because he can't... Okay. GG. Here we go. Shenanigans. GG. Oops, just beaten an FM in a 2D Blitz game. Oops. Oh, Dreamer, you're bad. Congratulations. Man, how do I compete with fucking Dreamer out here? Play, you know, beating FMs in Blitz. I'm sitting here like 1200 2D. I just have to cheese Dreamer any game we play. There's no other way. GG, Shad. Yeah, this was opening up my queen side was pretty spoopy. Like with these bishops and this queen and all of that. Thankfully I was able to get there just a little bit quicker, but yeah, I was spooked. Yeah, I think I did a really poor job of I think after the chattest e4 e5 of my 5D career, I think I didn't quite, even though I thought I was baiting it out really intentionally, I don't think that I took care of it, took advantage of it in a really good way. Sadly wasn't enough. Yeah, it was close though. Dreamer says, I don't trying to boast, but still this says that I'm slightly better than the average player in 2D. I think it's fair to say that you're slightly better than the average player in 2D. I mean, you might not have meant to boast, but that's like the biggest flex. You know, you can't just come in here and say, oh, my bad, accidentally beat an FM in 2D Blitz. And then say, oh, sorry, you know, I didn't mean to humble brag or whatever. But do you wanna play one more? Switch colors, Shad? Or are you good for now? What a weird game mode. It's interesting. There are lots of really tricky ideas, I think. Then again, there are a lot more, like, there are a lot better defensive ideas. Nah, I'm good. All right. GG's though. Thanks for the games. Especially it was both our first times ever playing this game mode. So yeah, hand and brain would be swell. Might do a little bit of hand and brain later. Could see it. I would like to get some more, because I can never play during the week. I want to get a little bit more turn 0 practice for the tourney. So I'd be down to play a bit more turn 0 single player, and then maybe some hand and brain later. I have been meaning to do a hand and brain stream again in the near future. I think that the last one was a lot of fun, and I'd like to make a big event out of it, I think, because then people come in, you know, like it's the hand and brain stream, and then people can sort of schedule to come hang out and participate. Like, I think that it works a little bit better when I sort of solicit participation ahead of time. We'll see. But for now, I want to play a bit more turn 0. I don't have enough practice, and it's the most important format right now, obviously. So if anyone wants to play turn 0, I'd be down. Dreamer, I know Dreamer wants to play. He's fresh off of his, this is where we get him, when his hubris, you know, when he's in peak, I just beat an FM in 2D Blitz, check me out, mode, you know, heading off, good night. All right, have a good night, Shad. Thanks so much for the games. You know, hope it wasn't too late for you. You know, we got done before, you know, 10 p.m. your time, so I think that's all right. All right, Dreamer says sure. Okay, let's play Dreamer. Void wants to practice it too, so maybe we'll play Void afterward. That'd be cool with me. Standard, random color, medium timer. Let's get wrecked by Dreamer. It's okay, I usually get to sleep at 11 p.m. anyways. Okay, I kind of have the same schedule. Obviously it's a bit earlier here now. I'm just waking up, you're just getting ready to go to sleep, so it kind of works out. Okay, Void after sounds great. Awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. We're gonna play Dreamer. I haven't played Dreamer in non-reverse royalty in a hot minute. I'm a little intimidated. Per usual. Created a Blitz short clock turn 0 if anyone's interested in the game. There you go. If anyone wants to take him up. Oh shit, I just got off of this. I just wanted to showcase Void's match if anyone wants to. That's my bad though. Here's Dreamer's new code. Forgot that it doesn't keep it if you go to a new tab. Our 600 dreams die with this game. Likely. 1600, rather. We were just 4 elo away, but Dreamer's gonna cash out on us here. Then again, if we lose 2 games, I think we lose like three elo each or something. So, what's up? How's it going? Pseudo abstract metas here. It's pretty good. We just played a couple games against Shad. Tourney games went well. Now we're playing against Dreamer, who is still upset that we took all of his elo a few weeks ago. So we're gonna start with standard opening. We're getting some turn 0 practice in. All right, good luck, good luck. Okay, Dreamer. We're gonna go knight f3, d4, d5. Okay, okay, this is what we like to see. Okay, no funny business. All right, so now there are interesting, well, okay, we're just gonna go ahead and attack this pawn now. Maybe we'll frappuccino this bishop in a second. Okay, okay, he covers with this, so he plans on rotating this knight over and around, because this isn't an option. And get ready to frappuccino this bishop. There's this outpost here, which is frustrating to deal with always. I think maybe e3 bishop d3 is good. Okay, okay. That's certainly a move. A lot less passive than what I was planning on doing with my bishop. But it makes a lot of sense because, you know, you can kick this knight. And then if there's nothing else, you get like the free sack here. Actually, that's pretty spooky. Maybe I should follow suit. It makes this move slightly pointless, but I think it's good because now it also prevents... Wow, okay, so now this outpost is like something that I can actually take advantage of. But I want to do that too, to activate this bishop. Maybe we do one of these preemptively. Maybe do one of these preemptively. Now this bishop can't do shit. Could come here to kick this bishop. In that case, we probably go knight here. And then if trades, we've got an annoying... I don't know, this is a very positional... like this is going to be a frustratingly close position right off the bat. I feel like, because Dreamer's sort of already planned for this, like, well, I mean, okay, so my c2 pawn is a bit of an anchor for like the position, but it's also blocked in by this knight, so I can't, there aren't too many open ideas here. I think it takes too long to actually activate this knight, so maybe this was a mistake. I do want to get my bishop into the game. My pawn structure's a little awkward. Wonder if I could afford like a g4 push here, or if that's a little too crazy. You know what? Let's go for it. Is it too crazy? Yeah. I wanna... There's too much pressure over here on this side of the board. I want to prepare g4, g5. And ask some questions, you know? Ask him what's going on over here with these pieces. Such a close position. I mean, the problem with this bishop is that it just doesn't go anywhere. I mean, same with this bishop. We've both got really useless kingside bishops. Whew. Okay. This is interesting. This is très interesting. I think I'm cool with trading. Actually, this is nice because it allows me to rotate my knight over. I think that this knight wants to be rotated. I just need to like turn it upside down. Need to rotate that knight. Opening the eyes of my queen and this bishop feels good. This is a move that I would have probably liked to make a little bit earlier. Anyway, it's not like he can't really reinforce this guy, because if he does this, then this bishop's trapped. I think we do this, guys. I think we do this. It lets our knight come over here and do some shit like that. This is such a claustrophobic position here. Okay, I just played out a crazy sequence in my mind where somehow this bishop gets kicked around, like something like these knights get traded off and then this knight comes in here or something, or like maybe knight trades and then knight here. Whoa, is what I said going to come true? Because now if takes here, then we've got knight here, and then when bishop here, oh, he took with the pawn. Of course he took with the pawn. Why the fuck would he not take with the pawn? See, that's a damn shame, because I really wanted to get this bishop the hell out of here. Oh, I have to be very careful now that I've opened this up. Actually, do I lose next turn? I think I probably lose next turn, right? So I have to be really careful. Oh shit. No, I wasn't thinking. Yeah. I definitely fucked up, guys. This is where I lose the game. This is where I lose the game because this queen here is mate next turn, right? Because I just cleared this here. Or is it mate the following turn? I had to think about that. No, I think it's mate the following turn. Let me think real hard. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble thinking about this. Let's look from his perspective. Okay, this is the first turn where this is open. So then next turn, yeah, we lose on the next turn. So we just gave up a knight for basically nothing, which doesn't feel great. I'll be the first to admit it doesn't feel great. But you know what? The show must go on. I think this is how we defend. Almost lost the game to this right here. Yeah, okay. Now we do this. But maybe we have some counterplay. It seems unlikely, but possible. Castling here might actually be good for us, of all things. Might sound crazy, but I think there's still game to play. That's for sure. I think that kicking this bishop probably happens quite soon. I don't know if we kick it with this bishop first and then enable a castle to happen. Or maybe even something crazy like... Well, no, g4 is just a little bit too crazy because then trades takes. It doesn't work. Let's catch up in chat. Eating lunch right now. 1 year blitz turn 0 game. Grats. Would only be a mate if you had no queen to capture his with... Oh, wait. Yeah, no, this was a mate for sure. But now maybe this bishop is a little stuck. Maybe this bishop's a little stuck. Because if this happens, then this... Yo, let's be careful. Let's be careful. Where's this going? Okay, so we're gonna do the alien where he does a random move so that he can see where his opponent's pieces are moving. He's got a goddamn Jurassic Queen, holy. But where does it go? This is over my head. If it's like some crazy Jurassic Queen play. None of these boards look like they're actually good. But I've been wrong before. Oh, this one maybe? Like takes here. Oh, and then takes. And then takes. And then knight here. And then dot question mark. No, I think we're fine. No, but there was a reason for him to do this, you know. I mean, this is Dreamer we're talking about. He's not just making these moves for no reason. So where's this piece going? Where's this piece going? Maybe it's going here. And then we take this for free? That seems nuts. Man, he's really fucked me up here. Maybe this was all a plot just to get me to flag. It's worked. If that's what this was, then yeah, kudos, man. Well done. Where does that queen want to go? Where does that queen want to go? Let's look at all these black boards. I'm really having trouble figuring it out. Maybe he just wants to Jurassic Queen. I don't even know. That seems a bit loony. A little wacky. No? Maybe it's just to lock down this pawn here. Maybe this guy's responsibility is defending this pawn, so I can't push like this, but I can push like this. I think he just probably feels like it's really hard to say. Yeah, we're just gonna do this. We're not gonna overthink it. I think that kicking the bishop is good here. Whoa. That's what he wanted to do. Now we know. Now we know, chat. This, it all makes sense. I considered like every permutation of like this move in the past plus this move, you know, but didn't really think this one through. Just didn't happen. That's an issue for us, that's for sure. Okay. Let's calm down. Let's calm down just a bit. What is nice is that suddenly this move is no longer mate. So we can get this piece the fuck out of here. Like up here, maybe? This is, I mean, needless to say, I'm more than a little spooked. This king is definitely scurred right now. Pushing here isn't an option. Maybe here is the better play. But then after takes is forced, and then he's got like maiden approximately one. Actually, this is pretty true no matter what the... Then we connect our rooks if we do this. Whew! This is a toughie. This is a toughie for sure. I guess we do this. I think that this is the safest that our... Okay. I miscalculated. Oh, I miscalculated. This didn't get there on time to block the... Ah. Yeah, because now this guy on his turn hits here, and then it doesn't... It's perfect. It's the perfect play. It's the perfect play. Dreamer did the math. He did the math. GG. GG Dreamer. He got there. We yeah, because I was like, oh no, this bishop blocks him, but it definitely doesn't. That's just not how it works. There's enough turns elapse. You know, the turn after he moves this, he's got this. GG. Well played. Okay. Let's catch up in chat a little bit. This is game one against Dreamer. What is flagging? Flagging is when you run out of time in chess. It's like a 2D chess term. Can we give moves in chat? I see his idea. Yep, that was it. Yeah, don't give moves until after I can no longer benefit from them. You know, after the fact, you can give all the moves that you like. GG. What is GG? Greetings, Cement. Greetings, Jimothy. How's it going? What's up? You just caught us at the tail end of a great game against Dreamer. Impressive play. Dreamer did the math. Yes, I did my homework. Speaking of math, anyone want to help me multiply matrices? Hard pass. Thanks for the offer. Lol, people here call it 2D chess. Yeah. Yeah, it's 2D chess. Can I play you? Let's get the run back. Let's get the switched colors against Dreamer. You know, the finish out the set. And then we'll call it, and then we'll switch to Void. Like 99% of all variants are in 2D, not around these parts. This is 5D by default here on the stream. All right, let's report our loss. Let's see. Rated elo bot /rep L at Dreamer. GG Dreamer. We lost 4 rating. It hurts. I think we're almost equalized. I think we're almost equalized in terms of the elo that I've taken from Dreamer. He's almost ground it all back. Imagine starting your games on turn 1, Lamau. I know, right? Just imagine. Oh, if you count all the 5D variants as one variant, then maybe 70%. No, it's 3 out of 5. I have to get 8 to 10 more points. Oh, okay. There we go. Well, let's just get back into it. Let's switch colors. I was white that game, right? I was just looking at it. Can someone remind me if I was white? I think I was white that game. Right? Am I crazy? Am I crazy, chat? That's a little silly. Have I already forgotten what color it was? Quick check the VOD. So yeah, someone, is there a way? Dreamer, just remind me. Pretty sure you were white. Yeah, I thought. I sacked on E1. Yes, you sacked on E1. Right? Yes. Okay. We're pretty sure. So I'm black this game. Okay, I was white. Okay. Thank you for your service, Dom. Cheers. We checked the tapes. We rolled the clip. We were white. Actually, let's do a quick pause on this. I need to get a caffeinated beverage quite desperately. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy this thumbnail. Subscribe to the YouTube. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you're having a good day. And we're back. All right. Moon First Sync Later is a good video, not just because I cameo. Thank you. Someone shaking the bed? Question mark. Oh, because of the sound of the. Now I understand. You're a clever boy, Dreamer. We have our yerba mate. Love this stuff. This stream is not sponsored, but it's tasty AF. Okay. Good joke. All right. Okay. We're back. GLHF. Let's go. I think we're going to open Knight of 65. Yeah, I'm good with Knight of 65 if you're good with Knight of 65. This seems to be the better play. And then Bishop out. Okay, it looks like we're going to do basically the same thing for the first 5 moves of the game here. Oh, that's not what I was going to do. That's interesting. Makes sense, though. Let's see. It's not like this bishop is going anywhere. Maybe we would rather Frappuccino the bishop. This doesn't really do anything for him, right? I mean, it reinforces our guy right here. I'd like to set up a... Oh, maybe this is good. Okay. Hold on. There's some tricky business. I was just thinking, I mean, anything that I can do, he can do a turn faster, right? I was just thinking of something like... we can't really get there on time, so never mind. I don't think it makes sense. This is a thing that I probably want to prevent him from doing. So I think I'll do this. I think I'll just do one of those. Oh. Makes sense that he's very eager to trade his shitty bishop for my better bishop. Makes sense. It's just really solid play from Dreamer. It's just really solid 5D play. This is a bit tricky now. I think I want to sack. And I think I'm a little afraid. Just a healthy amount. Just a little bit. Just this much. Hey, Romad's here. How's it going? You should make merch, like a backpack with F7 on it. I mean, if ever we get to the point where it's financially viable for me to make merch instead of, you know, paying a shitload of money to make products that I'm going to be stuck with on hand, then yeah, for sure. Whoa, hold up. Pause. He took with the pawn here? What? Am I crazy in thinking that's crazy? What's the game plan, my dude? My guy? My man? I think we threaten this bishop here. What is happening right now? I think we want to do one of these to prevent this from happening. Whoa, I was so sure he was going to take the queen here. Oh my god, now I'm super confused. Now I think we want to do one of these, though. Okay, I mean, I think he realizes, like, the weakness that this caused, basically. Like, taking with this pawn here means that, you know, as soon as I get something... Like, I mean, a queen sack here is basically what, like, the last thing that he wants. Which is also why I pushed this pawn to open the eyes of my queen. Romad's here. High Cement GL. Is it rated? It's rated F. Makes sense to me, but I'm also bad at this game, so I'm not sure. I think it also makes sense. Maybe you're already better than you think. Taking with the pawn there makes sense. You guys will have to explain it to me. I'm too 2D smooth brain, I think, to understand. Yeah, I'm not quite there. Not quite with you guys. We're getting there. We'll get there. But we're not there right now. I just think kicking this bishop feels good. Although on second thought, it's actually pretty annoying because if I like do anything where you know, this pawn pins this knight now, so if I try to put anything here, then there's like a discovered... If there's a weird, like, you know, bishop here and then bishop here, I can't take, because if takes, then this guy's in jeopardy. And I can't retake here. So there's a bit of trouble here. I think we put ourselves in maybe a bit of trouble. Undue burden, I would say. I don't know. I'm glad that he can't push this pawn any further. Maybe we're looking at g6. g6 feels good. Activating this bishop. Also cutting off this bishop even more than it already is. This is a nice spot for a queen, potentially. Well, not really because of this. That's actually pretty terrible. I want to leave that space. I don't know. I just wanted this bishop out of here, so I mooned first and I sank later. Synced? Whoa. Really? Because I think that this knight feels pretty bad for me. Am I crazy in thinking this knight feels pretty bad for me? Isn't this pawn structure a mess after this? I mean, okay. I guess he thinks that that there's very little that I can do here. I mean, which might be true. I could want to do this. To cut this off, to frappuccino this bishop. I feel okay about this. We do have to start getting creative, though. Wonder if... How do we get out this king? There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. I think you may have an opportunity to attack with the rook on the g file later. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, okay, okay. Not too much advice here. Be careful. I mean, that wasn't lost on me either, but I just didn't think that it... I just didn't think that it amounted to this. I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised to see this. I think that this here... Like, this guy's tied down to defending this pawn now, right? Because this would be a disaster because, like, the next turn I would have this, and that's, like, close to mate, probably. So I just didn't think that. But we'll see. Ooh, it's a little spicy. It's a little spicy. What if we do just a cheeky one of these? Well, I have to be careful here, right? I think probably this is the more responsible play. Oh, I actually get messed up by this quite frequently. I really have to be careful here. I think that this is a candidate move. Probably not. I don't think that I can really punish if he takes here. I guess that means this is a candidate move. Actually, do I want the queens off the board? I probably do, right? Because his pawn structure is such a mess. I probably want the queens off the board. No? I think I want the queens off the board. He's having trouble activating this knight. Because, okay, so the issue is like a crazy time travel that happens here in like a move or two. Okay, candidate moves are queen b6, rook b8, and I'm pretty sure that this loses, like, on the spot. It's just not good. I kind of like this, but then when this happens, what's our response? Maybe something like this? Hold on, if this and then this, then the next turn, it goes back to the turn where we have a queen here, right? Yeah, okay. Intuition tells me that this is the safer play. I'm going to get these queens off the board. I think that's like the only way that he really converts off of this side. Whereas we have a lot of ideas here. I think that his pawn structure is just substantially weaker than ours here. I think that this is a bit of a mess. I don't know that I'm good enough at 2D chess to capitalize on that fact. But I think it's a fact. So I don't know. Dreamer does this a lot, actually. I think I remember a game with Lexi and Dreamer that ended up in a bishop rook end game with an open G file. Interesting, he keeps going for it. I remember that game quite vividly. Watched them try and I was working on it. Yeah, there are none towards kings with their positions. Well, there's this. Ooh. So he's okay with the trade if he captures with tempo? Question mark? takes, I assume, with the knight. Otherwise, that seems wacky. And then we push here. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Go for it, man. I'm feeling good. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling good about this. Our knight's trapped. Our knight's a little trapped. It's gonna take him more than 1 or 2 moves to get out of this situation, but a small price to pay. I think it all depends. I don't know. Maybe he's got some good break here. I'm rubbish at actually. Ooh. Interesting. What after this? He can't go to any of these squares. We're just gonna rattle this off real quick. And then if like time travel to here, it's covered by the bishop, so I'm not super worried about that. It does kind of pin the bishop. I don't know. We're drifting into, like, this is too much of a 2D endgame for me to feel comfortable playing this against Dreamer. I have to be really careful. I think that maybe we don't even have an advantage here, I don't know, but we'll see. In terms of king safety, how does he break us? Do we castle? Ooh, he castled long? Makes sense. I mean, look at this. This is a nightmare. I think we probably want to castle short here. I think we want to kick this knight, but then it's not covering... okay, we have to be careful. We have to be careful. Maybe a slow pawn push? If push here... Okay, we have 2 options. First of all, this is covering... Maybe this? I'm not okay with, in this position, trading away this bishop for this knight. It just doesn't feel... It's like he's baiting me to do that, and it doesn't feel good. Here feels decent, so we can do this, and his bishop becomes somewhat useless. Yeah, let's go for it, right? I'll be frustrated if I've missed like a time travel here where like takes and then takes somehow. Well, okay, takes and then takes from the top board down here, but it's our turn on this board as well. I don't know. I don't really see it. We have to think about how we're gonna crack this, and I think that these pawns are the key to cracking this position here. I think that this is gonna be like a slow pawn push game, kind of like that. I think that maybe getting this bishop out of here and then castling and connecting our rooks on this side of the map is going to be really good. I think that basically he's going to want to point his pieces along here, and we're going to want to point our pieces along here, and it's sort of going to be like who can capitalize first. I think it's a really interesting position, and I'm really unsure how to actually evaluate it. Okay. So what we thought was going to happen, happened. Question is now if we do this, answer is possibly, or if we do this. Wait, he moved his king. Oh, sorry, I thought he moved his rook. But no, his rook, it's on D1. It's right there, it's hanging out. D1 rook. Why? I mean, I trust him. I trust that there was something there. I think that this is... I think that we want to defend this pawn so that we can make this push happen. I think that that's what we want to do. It's between that and castling first, but I'm not even positive that I actually want to castle. So yeah, I think that if this guy's the linchpin, he's going to have difficulty getting to it. And if he wants to push these pawns up, he can be my guest. We castle, connect our rooks, and just plow straight down on these 3 files. I think that this gears up a really nice pawn push here. I think it's pretty devastating. I think all his knight can do is move back here. As soon as we push this pawn here, which I think is really good for us. And then of course we can push again. And at that stage, I'm pretty comfortable castling and shooting all of our pieces down this way. It's got to be said, our knight is pretty damn useless here. But I feel marginally less bad about it if... I mean, yeah, it's going to take some investment. It's going to take some investment to get our guy over here. If I can kick these two pieces, obviously this becomes a nice jumping off square for him. I don't know where he's going to jump off to. It does enable this break, but I guess I'm not too worried about it. If we have like a king here, and then this pawn is here, I don't know. We'll see. It's a really complicated endgame. I really don't know. Spoiler, I don't want to see the spoiler. There's a spoiler there. I don't want to read the spoiler. How bad would a 10 by 10 variant be if it were a regular bait set up with an open strip around the board? Very good question, Dom. I think that that's really clever, and I think there are a lot of games that do that. Like a lot of chess variants, because it just, you know, more options is really interesting. I don't know. Sounds like a nice plan, Cement. Validation. Validation from better chess players. Very good. Spoiler is moot point already, Cement? Oh, okay. It is a moot point. Let's read the spoiler. I think Queen A5. Queen A5. Oh, this was forever ago. Okay. Hold on. Oh, he's getting this ready, eh? Interesting. Is it time? Do we push this now? Hold on. Let's not flub this. I feel like we're doing good. I feel like we're doing some good things. Let's not throw it away here, but let's not overthink. I don't want to flag. I've got a time advantage. Actually, I'm just going to push this. Okay. We're back here. So we forced him to rotate. What if we do this now? That feels good for us, yeah? Push this guy the fuck back. Okay. So now we might be beginning to cook with some gas. It might be gas time. We could attack this pawn. The question is what the real threats are here. I'm not super worried about it, to be honest. I like this. I like threatening this pawn. I don't know if that's what I want to do. I think that breaking here is the idea, but I think that I like having two rooks first. I don't know if that weakens our position too much. Like this, he's got his pieces trained on this G6 pawn. I mean, you know, it's got two defenders against two attackers. I'm not worried about that. Maybe he tries to double his rooks here. I don't even know. Then maybe we don't castle at all. Interesting. Okay, he defends this pawn. But at what cost? This is a position in which it's frustrating that the en passant rule exists. Maybe we just mow down these pawns. Maybe we just push this up so we can push this up. I mean, then this bishop actually does something. We really want to activate this knight, though, don't we? We really do. What's the easiest way to do that? I wonder if it really benefits us. If only we could move this knight to a place where a time travel threatens this rook back here. No, giving up the timeline priority is probably a silly idea here, but this does really allow us to, well, I mean, okay, we do this. We trade a knight for a rook. What have we really gained? Man, I wonder if we castle here. Probably activating this knight is the play. But where does it go? Does it go here? Takes, I guess? I don't know. I really want a castle. Let's not get decision paralyzed. Let's make our rook slightly more active. Okay, so that's slightly frustrating. This pawn is now a little scared. Do we open this file? Do we open the floodgates? Do we put a rook here? These are good questions. These are good questions. Do you put a rook here? Seems kind of crazy. This kind of normalizes his pawn structure. Do we put a rook here? This knight gets to hop in here. I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not a big fan of letting that happen. Takes here and then the bishop takes here. This is a tricky position. We don't want to flag here, but I think this is a really tricky position. How exactly do we capitalize here? Doing this feels pretty bad. No, it doesn't. We do this. We do this because if takes, we're defended. Sure, this happens, but then this maybe gets us somewhere. Then we don't have enough defenders of... Okay, so then this happens, and then what do we do? Alternatively, we could do this. Is this better for us? Possibly. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down for this. Whoa, hold on. I need to be careful. Because suddenly this happens and this is mate. Hold on. Everybody calm down for a minute. Calm down for a minute. If he wants to sack this bishop into this rook, I feel like threatens mate here. I think we probably just castle just to cover... just to free up this guy, and then takes. We lose a pawn. I think I should have spent a little bit more time on that move. I think that it's unclear exactly what the right play is here. I think that this is a bit dangerous. I think if this happens, then, I don't know, we probably take this every day of the week. Yeah, this here like this, and then we castle. Yeah, I think probably, because then this knight still has problems getting stuff done. It's tricky. I think it's really tricky. I really don't know. Bishop c5 instead of trading yourself would have been incredibly strong, because then you force him to trade, otherwise you wouldn't have defended against mate on e3. And then by retaking with the bishop, you would have been set up to take his queen in the past. That's a good point. Romad, I think that you have a good point. I'm not going to go back there right now, but does the knight have a particular purpose on h5? No, not a great one, that's for sure. No. The knight was there for historical purposes, but it proved to be vestigial. It was to sort of open the eyes of our queen and kick this bishop mainly and prevent this pawn from going any further. I mean, it's questionable whether the knight should have been there in the first place, but it certainly serves no purpose there now. We've been trying to get that knight to be useful for decades. It's been a bum. No, it's queen a4, miswrote there. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Is the h-pawn really that dangerous? Is stuck holding the pawn? Yeah, I was going to suggest what to do about that knight, but no moves in chat. No moves in chat. I hate the own croissant rule. What is your croissant rule? Own croissant. Trust me, I castled once. Spoiler. Okay, there's a spoiler there. Thank you. Lots of spoiler tags. All right, just going to skip all those. Diagonals are less scary without queens on the board. That's for goddamn sure. Queens and their components components, unicorns and dragons. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying here. Till white had the pawn break. Yeah, but it meant a check in the present with the bishop, push them closer to mate. Spoiler. Okay, we got some spoilers in the chat. I'm very curious to go back and read, see what people are thinking about this position, because I think it's incredibly unclear. At least if it's unclear for someone like Dreamer, it's certainly above my pay grade. That's what I think. I think that this is a really interesting endgame. I think that it's kind of like on a razor's edge, like who wins this, basically. Or maybe he's just trying to figure out the best way to BM me. I don't know. Both are options. I think because we've got this bishop here, this pawn push is also actually quite good because it really opens him up. I mean, like if we can put pressure on this guy, that's like really big for us. I think we want to castle basically as soon as possible. Okay, I think that we can't really do anything here besides this. I think that it's crazy to expect that we could do anything here besides this. Okay, now we have to be very careful. I think that we castle here. Oh, does he have maybe a time travel move to here? That would be sneaky. That would be hella sneaky. Yeah, that's sneaky F. Ah, is this what he spent so long calculating? We probably... No, because then takes, and then just block here, right? So I'm not worried about that. I think we either castle here, or maybe we do something like this. No, that's too crazy. That's too crazy. I think we got to castle here. Let's not overthink this. I think we need to castle here. Yeah, for sure. Let's just not go too crazy here. We're in a race to see who blunders first. Very well put, Dom. That's exactly what this is. Well, at least to see who blunders last. I like bishop c5. There are ideas here, but I mean, the problem is opening this up is like bishop c5 actually loses the game on the spot. And I'll explain why in a hot minute. This was a good move. Dreamer, this was a good move. I don't know if you knew this, but that was a good move right there. Now, though, I like this. Bishop c4 here, bishop c5 here, lost on the spot, by the way, because then he could play bishop up here and then this is mate, like a turn or two after that. So I had to get the king out of the way first. Okay, so we got to activate this here knight, right? Or do we want to keep this knight here? Okay, so I'm stuck between this bishop. Actually, if we had another bishop, then this would be the move, but we don't, so it's not. What do we do with this, guys? A good question. Kicking this knight liberates this. Kicking this knight liberates this knight. Kicking this knight liberates this knight, so I kind of like that. But I'm much more afraid of his position here, I think, than I am of my own. I think maybe pushing here was good. I don't know. I think that was probably the weakest play that I could have done there. I think that in an open end game like this, I actually really want. But I was just thinking of kicking his knight with this after this, so that I could set up this, and then it threatens mate here. Because the nice thing about this, the rook that can block this being on the G file, is that if I take here, then he can't just protect mate, defend mate like this. He has to defend mate like this, I guess. It's a real thorn in his side. Oh, wow. I don't know if... Okay, so he saw that this is going to be a threat. But I think that I like kicking his... Hold on. Does this lose? Do I need to do this? Hold on. Everybody calm the fuck down right now. This loses this pawn, which I think is pretty integral to our whole attack. This, if takes, then the only thing that can recapture is this. Then takes loses the game. So we have to be careful, because if takes here, I need to be able to take with something that's not this guy. We're also down on time. We're just going to attack this pawn. Obviously, he feels like he needs to do a lot of defending here. We're going to attack this pawn. It's undefended. And it kind of holds a lot of his position together, so I feel good looking at this guy. We also have to look out for, at any point in time, cheeky time travel moves. Now we can do this play as well as just take this pawn. Both are valid options. I think that kind of breaking his structure open here is really good for us. I like our structure better. I have to be very careful in converting this, and I have to really pay attention to that clock, because now flagging is a real concern. This is such a sharp end game. Such a sharp end game here. We gotta wake up a little bit. We gotta wake up. What does he do here? If push, we take pretty immediately, probably with the knight. Maybe not with the knight. Because if push and we take with the knight, then he can pin the... Whoa. Okay, not quite what I expected. But now I'm okay with this question mark. We need to not flag. If push, then we take this for free. Okay. I think this is a nightmare for him. We have to be very careful here. I fully admit that we have to be incredibly careful here. Because if push now, I mean, that could be a real problem for us if we can't figure it. Like, because if takes, he has to recapture, and then, you have to be very careful here. Okay. That's what I was afraid of. Because here, hold on. Here we have mate the next turn, so he can't just not recapture. So, here, and then he has to recapture. So then we do this, I guess, as soon as that happens. Oh, but there's this pawn in the way. Okay, let's be very, very, very careful. Let's be very, very, very careful. takes, and then takes here. And then we're in trouble. Maybe we have to hide behind his pawn. We might have fucked this up. Hold on. I don't see how we win without doing this, and we don't want to flag. So we let him do this. And then we do this, I guess. No. That kind of loses on the spot, right? Because then here, and then takes, and then takes. And then I guess we scoot over here. No, because, yeah, actually, maybe. Yeah, does that win? Maybe that wins. We also have to look for bishop time travels. Because right now, this bishop goes back to here, which isn't super helpful yet. We simplified in a way that, I mean, it looks like this is death for him, but we have to really sort of tiptoe around our own death here. Now, if this, he has to take with the rook, and if he does, then we can go here, right? Maybe. Or maybe we can do something. Everything else feels like an instant loss. Or here, and then if takes, then we go here so that he can't run this pawn down. Here, and then if here, then we do like this or something. And then if here we, well, then maybe he can time travel. We need to not lose on time as well. Let's think. There's also perhaps, I think anything else loses here pretty badly. So we're gonna take here. And then if takes here, then we go here. Oh, he just took the bishop. Okay, he knew. All right. Now we're in a time scramble, that's for sure. Now we need to be incredibly careful. And possibly... Okay, he already went back there because he knows. Okay, I think that we threaten the bishop. And then we can go back to here. And then he goes back here. It's not great. No. Threatening the bishop is the wrong play here. Maybe we do one of these so that we can push this pawn. Try to open him up like that. And we try to bait this rook on anything other than the back rank so that we can go back to like here or something. I think we didn't play this out optimally, chat. I think that that's fair to say. I think we faltered here at the very end under time pressure. Okay, so now I think that this is pretty easy. And now this happens, and then probably just take this. Ah, shit, you son of a bitch. Okay, I think that we do this anyway, because these pawns are our only hope. good. I'm good with that. Okay. If that's the way you want to play this, then that's the way that we're going to play this. I have to be very careful. I have to be very careful and not flag. This was also a move. This was also a move. Might be a move that needs to happen now, actually. Because this might threaten mate now. We might have just blundered. We might have just blundered pretty hard. I think that this was the right play. It's okay because this can still happen. This can still happen. But then this, okay, I'm thinking bishop here, then bishop here. Then what do I do? Then I'm kind of stuck. It's not looking so hot for our hero. Whoa. Can't believe that that was actually worth doing. Okay. How do we win this endgame? We don't, question mark? Okay. We just run this pawn. Run this pawn down, man. We gotta get there. What can I say? Oh, our king was there. Hats off. Hats off. Our king was on D8 or G8 rather, before anything else was. He got us. GG. The king G8 mate. Very well played. Let's get some long boy arrows here. Very. How many turns ago was this? This was turn 45 when this game ended, and the king here was on turn 34. So it's a 10 move, 11 turn mate here. That's so good. GG Dreamer. Whew. Wow. Is this a record for fewest pieces left on the board? I think it might be. Let's go back over chat because I didn't look at chat for a long time. Okay. Let's see. Okay, there was a bunch of spoilers here. Let's see what Romad said. I think taking on d5 with the pawn was much better as the e6 square is then available for the knight. Okay. So d5's here. Oh, taking with the pawn was much better, you think? But then if you take with the pawn, then what was I afraid of? I was definitely afraid of something. Taking with the pawn here, I was afraid of I don't know what I was afraid of. I guess I was afraid of, I don't really know. I guess this knight move? Unclear. At the time I had apprehensions about taking with the pawn, but I believe you that it was probably better. Unfortunately, both players using their brains seem unlikely to blunder. Well, I like bishop c5. I wonder why not. I think I explained that. I see tactics on f7. Is there a winning tactic here for white? Spoiler focusing on g6. Let's see, tactics on f5. Well, here's f5. Spoiler, would getting the bishop to row 1 be viable for mating through time? It definitely is viable, that's for goddamn sure. too many defending pieces on g6. Isn't knight f5 an idea? Spoiler, after e6, f takes e6, knight takes e6, knight takes e6, white has rook takes g6, because if h takes g6, b takes g6 mate. Yes, I definitely saw that whole sequence. For sure. After the knight trade, the bishop can time travel from f7 to f5. That's interesting. Or is that bad? Seems possible. It seems like it could be good. I was afraid of an f7 sack at any moment. But I mean, after the castle, yeah, I don't know how good it is, but there are a lot of tactics. There are a lot of tactics for sure. G6 pawn's pinned. I was talking about white's idea. I know, I get it now. Spoiler. A5 can't be taken if pushed now because of mating ideas on f2 e1. F5, I wonder when that was said. Hold on. A5 can't be taken now. I mean, A5 is here. So I wonder what the context was. I don't know. But I think only this move because the king just moved. Spoiler, b4 threatening b3 check. I was looking for a b4 threatening b3 check at some point. Oh, to open up the... I could have done that forever ago and a half. Right? Probably here. This... I think that I was looking for like an opportunity to do this. I think that probably this move... well, no, okay, not because I lose the bishop. So maybe here. I don't know when I would have fit it in. Maybe here. This threatening. Well, no, because he takes with check. I don't know. But b4 threatening b3 check was a real thing. Forking the king and the bishop. And also just, you know, threatening everything. Yeah, there was some ideas there somewhere. But there's no other bishop move if b4, no problem. But it also defends against mate on g6. b4 would have lost a pawn, bishops would just trade. Yeah, but now he's losing pawns left and right. It's true. I think that the position kind of crumbled after that. I think that right around there is when I made the misplay. I think that I probably had a winning structure, like, I don't know, like here, maybe. And I just couldn't put it together. Like maybe like after this move, push this. No, because this knight is defend. I don't know what I would have done better. But g4 looks great to time travel to, because you can't retake on g6 with the bishop. G4 is certainly a square. That's for sure. As bishop is hanging, with b4 he would have traded bishops. Yeah. Losing this bishop was definitely where things really started to go downhill. Where I lose this bishop? I still had my bishop here. Yeah. Yeah, in retrospect, this whole sequence was not ideal for me. It was not my best play. That's for sure. Like after this recaptures, maybe this bishop back here or something. Or maybe this bishop here preparing to push this, and then if takes their ideas. I don't really know. I don't know exactly where it fell apart. It's hard to tell. He's blitzing now. Yeah, we were down on the clock. There was just too much time pressure. Jurassic Rook when? I thought about it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to flag. Moon already full, or will it be once under a minute? It's basically until under the minute. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think he's sinking. I definitely sank. We tried. Dang, Dreamer can blitz. Yeah, Dreamer definitely just had a super solid, super methodical, like he figured out the position much faster than I did. I was too late to the party, and he really understood, like, you know, it was g6 from day one. It was always g6. And I thought I could hang on, and I didn't get there in time. I think this clumsy knight probably lost it for me. I think that getting this king to g7 sooner would have really sort of helped hold things together. Maybe not, because he had all these pawns. I don't know. I think I probably dilly-dallied here too long. Maybe I should have like pushed these pawns a little bit more quickly before he could really materialize this. Because there were a few turns where he really had to worry about king safety here, when like I had this bishop here, and then we were playing for this pawn, and I think I should have forced the issue here. I think maybe like on this turn, b4 might have been the play. Because then captures, and then we win here in a few turns, and then, you know, there was a lot. There's a lot that he could have done. He missed the mate in 1. Yeah, I think that there was like a bishop mate, something like that. Rook was on e8 at one point. Rook g8, yeah. GG. What a crazy play. Smet had some chances in the mid game. I think I had some chances. I think I didn't capitalize clearly, but I think there was something going on there. I think I had a favorable position for like a few moves, but I couldn't quite materialize it. When you played rook e8, you were talking about, when I played rook e8, I was talking about pushing a5, but then I disregarded the idea. Okay. Let's zoom out here. Okay, where did we play? Okay, we played rook e8 here, which maybe was a silly move. Maybe this was wasted. Here we could have pushed a5 instead of rook e8. Like this? That doesn't seem right. This is rook d8. Sorry. Where's rook e8? Rook e8's here. Okay, so in this position. Okay, so the claim is that pushing a5 here, I disregarded because this knight captures, and I didn't want to lose that pawn. But I mean, we would pick up this pawn afterward, but I think, oh no, because he just moved his king. So actually, if this captures, then we could have recaptured here and been in time here to win. So I probably should have just pushed a5 here. If that's what we mean. Feels bad. Feels bad, man. I don't know why I disregarded that idea when I saw both this threat and, you know, I had the pieces, but I didn't put them together. Well, time pressure will do that to you. It happens. By the way, does Smet blunder the rook on h5 or intended to give it away? a5 pushing instead of rook e8. Yeah. Damn. Hey, Poison Blanche is a new is a new viewer friend. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, okay, we figured it out. Romad going ham in chat. Yeah. Couldn't I take that on a5 and block with the bishop on a4 in case of possible time checkmates? Take here and here. Wait, what do you mean block with the on a4? Because if takes with the pawn here, then takes here threatens mate here, and you can't block with shit. Unclear. Also playing a rated game right now. Wow. Romad's playing my game and his own game. That's intense. When's Romad going to participate in the first ever double blindfolded 5D chess game? You gotta ask Romad. We'll get there. Remember an eternity ago you wanted to play me? Yeah. We'll get some games in with Void now that we've played the 2 games in a row with Streamer here. He had already played one. Already did. Notation notes in your Streamer matches. Worried about my safety. That's why King hiding on a2 is performed. Friend of Romad. Ah, gotcha. If you're the FM, then hey, you should check out this game. I encourage you for sure. I'm glad that Romad is bringing friends. We need more people in to play this beautiful game. Okay. In case of bishop takes f2 happening, I had bishop d1 as an idea to preventatively block bishop b1 check, and bishop g1 is prevented by the rook. No, she isn't the FM. Oh, okay. Well, regardless, I encourage all of Romad's friends to check this game out because it's fucking awesome. game had so many opportunities. Yeah. I think that we could analyze this game for hours and hours. Yeah, I didn't know if Bishop here was there on time. Bishop D1. I wasn't sure. Board Game Master on the list. Very cool. Awesome. Okay, I've been making Void wait for hours to play this game. So are you ready to get going, Void? Do you want to get a quick game in here? Turn 0, medium timer, random color. Let me rep the L. Let me rep the L to Dreamer. He's almost broken even in Elo. Let's rep L at Dreamer. Did I think I haven't repped yet. Have I? Yeah, okay. We lost another 4 Elo. Now we're 12 Elo below 1600. Feels bad, man. Told you I had to wait too long for my European time. Oh no! 1600, not today. We'll get there, Dreamer. We'll get there. I mean, it doesn't help when we're exclusively playing, you know, people who have 800 Elo over us in 2D chess. But, you know, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Well, that's a shame. I'm sorry that we had to make Void wait too long. That's upsetting. But you know, maybe next stream. You know, we have time for a quick win here, but if you can't, if it's too late for you, then sorry about that. In that case, anyone else want to jump in? If we got to try to get to 1600. I mean, if we play Dreamer all day, it might not happen. Although we had some chances in that game, but you know, we couldn't quite capitalize. So, you know, I'm optimistic. We're getting there. We're getting there. If anyone in chat wants to jump in. It's been a good stream so far. Open invitation. We can also check the rated Elo bot. Anyone down for a game? So how's everyone doing today? What are you guys up to? Just watching a lot of Twitch. Good use of a Saturday. Good stuff. Jokes aside, you deserve some credit for that second game you play. Hey, thank you for the implication being that I don't deserve credit for the first game, of course. You played well strategically. I had to gather small advantages every move, bouncing on my defense to not let your piece into my back ranks. Well, I really appreciate it, Dreamer. That too. Thank you for the praise. You know, we're getting there. We're learning. It's the positional games that, you know, really, I think that the bottleneck right now for me in 5D is the 2D aspect, which we're getting there. We're getting better. We're getting there. But yeah, really, those really complex mid games are where I fall apart, I think. But it's good to hear that we're on track. If we're generating threats that you have to worry about, then, you know, I'm happy with our trajectory there. GG's. I'll probably look back over those, analyze them in depth. Man, what is this? Saturday afternoon and nobody wants to play some games? I guess everyone's already playing. No takers in chat. Nobody in the Discord either. It's quite Saturday, I guess. I'll hop in. Hey, we got a match. Thank you, thank you. Pseudo abstract metas picking up the mantle. To compare with, I remember our first rated game, which was d4 e6, knight f3, king e7, knight f5 check. Yeah, okay. Point taken. there's tangible improvement there. yeah, that's fair. Good stuff. And you replied like, I feel robbed. I don't know that I recall that game. I've probably blocked it out of my memory. Wait, did I Bong Cloud? King E7? Was it reverse royalty? No, I don't think so, right? All right. GLHF to pseudo abstract meta. Let's get this game off the ground here. Let's get going. We're white. It's turn 0. Okay, I think that we're gonna go our boring old knight f3 d4, knight f3 d4 opening. GL pseudo. Ooh, we have a quick little challenge here. The question is whether this actually enables us to f7 sack, which it does. Well, I guess not, because he can move his queen out as well. I guess I'm actually not super worried about it. I think we probably recapture with the knight if takes. Right? Oh wow, straight up. Okay. Okay, so now we're getting a little spicy. Here, that is quite a queen, my friend. Do we meet a ridiculous queen move with a ridiculous? Okay. What's the principled response here? We don't want to go overboard. One thing that this does for certain is on defend f7. I like this move, it's got some merit. I like this move, it's got some merit. I like this move, it's got plenty of merit. Maybe we want to do this. So that if takes, and then we've got a rook to rotate, or we've got a knight to rotate over here. Maybe we want to get our bishop out of the way first. I think we want to get our bishop out of the way first. I mean, whenever you see the queen out this early, you know, it always feels like there's risky business afoot. I always feel a little unsafe. Can't help but feel a little unsafe. Maybe this is unsafe, I don't know. It doesn't feel too unsafe. Let's queen out this direction. I mean, it does prevent the f7 sack that I was talking about earlier. So that's good. If it takes here, we'd probably take with this knight. He's going to have trouble activating his bishops. This here is actually a problem. It kind of forces this next. So as soon as like this or this happens, well, when this happens, I don't know. But if like this happens, then this is a real problem. Because after a turn of this happening, okay, I think we take this every single day of the week. Even Saturday. Okay. Now I feel like we've gotten away with something. Now I feel like we've gotten away with something. Now... Now the interesting question is, do we... Well... We could push this pawn to let this bishop out. But... Yeah, let's do this. It feels like the more principled play. Plus then, when we do... Okay, here I probably want to take with the knight. I think I want to take with the knight. There's no reason to open up either the diagonal or the file here in front of our king. Okay, that's interesting. Well, we have a sneaky way of defending that. Besides just moving our queen up, which is this, which kind of forks this and that. If sack's here, well, I guess we can't really take here, so maybe we just want. Then again, we do want to keep our... Yeah, what the hey. We'll do this. We'll do one of these. If this, we sort of force him to sack. We're okay with that. I think we're okay with that. I'm liking our position. I think at some point we can also throw in a cheeky queen here. Inviting the sacrifice. But also if he doesn't, like if we kick this queen from here, like with one of these, then doing this and then waiting to travel to here on that board, or like a sneaky, just any move that defends this square, sets us up for a sneaky time travel. Like maybe bishop here. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Like if we play bishop c4 and then just bishop anywhere else, like sack it for check. Whoa. But is this good? It's certainly a move. Now we have to think about... Now we have to concern ourselves a little bit with time travelinos. Or do we set up this game-winning time travel here? We probably do this. We probably do this, and then if he takes this free juicer, then we put this bishop out here attacking this. It's like call an ambulance, but not for me, you know? Like if he's tempted into taking this juicer, then we can put this bishop on c4, forking the f7 pawn and this queen. And then we have either a time travel mate or just the straight up sack right there on the spot. I think it's good. I think it's good, and I don't fear too much for our king. Wow. That's pretty nutty. That's pretty wacky. Now I think that we can threaten this anyway. We are losing pawns fast. But why do I not feel that concerned? I mean, we probably want to get this queen the hell out of there. This is also crucially mate. Like soon. Maybe this is the play. Because then we... hit this bishop right here. Okay, we want to pin this queen to this bishop because that's bad news for him. It's 2D mate, actually. So he has set us up for this tactic here. I don't think he has a time travel in here. I think we just have too many pieces defending each other. We might get the 2D mate here. I mean, we really gave it all up, but I don't know. I think that opening up all these pieces maybe actually did better for us than it did for him. Am I crazy? Am I just like, do I have a death wish here? Maybe we're just insane. It's unclear to me. But there are a lot of ways that this could go wrong. It's back in the days when the only standard variant was standard. You said then you wanted to go for Exiled Kings. Oh, I see. I really don't remember that. It was so long ago that the next game you still went for Exiled Kings, and after 30 moves you had no pieces left and the game was claimed a draw because I didn't know if your opponent has no pieces to play. It's a draw. Is that true? I really don't remember that, like, at all. Whoa. Okay. We can't quite recapture with this pawn here yet, which is a little sad. I don't know what the idea is here. What just happened? Okay, it's kind of... I mean, our opponent doesn't leave us much choice here. Okay. These are certainly moves that are being played by our opponent. I would actually like to be able to deliver check next turn. This enables us to do that. No, it doesn't. This enables us to do that, but it doesn't defend here, which is sad. It's our turn on this board. What's happening? Let's be careful. Maybe we deliver check here straight up. So that, but then we can't deliver check the next turn. This enables us to deliver check next turn. Because we can deliver check with this knight, I forgot. So here, and then no matter what he does, it's not check. And if he sacks his queen, then I feel good about having forced him to sack both of his queens. And he can't mate us on the diagonal anyway. On the triagonal, I should say. Okay. I feel good about this. This is mate, right? Am I crazy? Oh, he's his king can go to a different timeline. His king can always go to a different timeline. So it's not mate. Actually, it sort of forces him to exile his king. Oh, but then it's mate next turn here, because he doesn't have a bishop here. Like check here, and then takes, and then here, and then exiles, and then here, something like that. Slash it checks him up here. If we can like double check him, if we can check him on this board and this board like that, so he can't take with this guy. Or you know, if we like defend this board from that board, like knight here and then check here or something like that. I don't quite know. Okay, we have to be careful. We don't want to throw our pieces just because, you know, like this guy can definitely run away. So this isn't mate by any means. And then we have to be able to, so maybe we save this check here. Hold on. We have to be careful. We have to be careful. We also have time travel priority now, which is pretty bad for him. That's pretty detrimental. Actually, a time travel, yeah, that's big trouble for him. Even time traveling to this board with this same rook like a turn before. And then we can have two, oh, I think we just found the mate, right? I think it involves time traveling to, I think it involves taking this, and then once he goes, then with this rook, we time travel back a board. And then on this timeline, we can have like two rooks. No, because this bishop then is adjacent to our timeline. It all depends on what he does here next. This is a mess of a game. I don't know what the hell's really going on here. Okay. We can still force him to do the with this. We could also threaten. Oh, there's so many choices. Whoa. Now we have this. Now we have this. So is this worth doing? That's the question of the hour. If we take here with this rook and then check him here, then this rook can't take there, or this king can't take on c8 on this board because this knight is defending that square. So he has to recapture with the knight, and then he has to run this king away. But the fact that he moved this king actually might be really good for us. It's really hard to say. There are many roads here that lead to mate. I think we just need to be careful. We just need to be quick enough. Taking here threatens next turn going here. Which I think wins us the game. Maybe that's the play here. And then if he captures, if he delays, that just like wins us the game, I think. But then we have to be careful down here as well on our second timeline, because we don't want to take here and then like lose to this or anything like that. So maybe queen here. Well, no. Maybe this play and this play and then this play next after that. Does get this queen off of a dark square. Well, here and then this check is actually wins him the queen, so we need to be really careful about that. Yeah, we need to not fall into that trap. I also have two timelines. If his queen, I mean, we also have to be maybe a teeny bit careful about this triangle here. check here and take this. And then he has to move this king away from here. It's like the only move. Because here he has to deal with this knight. And then if we put a king... Oh, and then if we take this rook back a turn, like to here, and this is captured, then the problem is that we can't check up here again, and he can recapture that rook with his knight from up here, or he could run the king away. Those would both be issues. After captures, we can't do this because... Oh, we could. But then this knight isn't doing this job of the what this guy was doing beforehand. This is a really tricky position. This is a really tricky position. It's also the only thing that he can do. He has set himself up in a way where the only way that he can capture this is with this king. And if he's doing that, I think we're golden. Capturing this with this king, that just seems insane to me. So maybe we don't mind. Right? Maybe we take this here, and then we threaten this queen here, and we defend this square. I think this is the play. I think we found a good... I think we found some good moves here. There's just too many options. Like, there are so many routes to go. We could go for, like, a queen sack onto f7. You know, on any of these boards, like, maybe queen out here, preparing this so that this is made immediately afterward. We've got these ideas of supporting this rook. There are just so many options. We're spoiled for choice. This is the paradox of choice. Okay, so he ran away straight up instead of recapturing, which allows him to defend this queen. This is an inactive timeline, of course. This king is exiled af. But then if he does that, then we can do this check here and check on this board. That's the beauty of this play that we've just done. So that this rook here is mate, and the only way that he can capture this is, you know, with like this king up here, but we can check that king and defend, you know, we can like timeline check that king like here, something like that. I think we have the game. Yeah, I think that we're okay with this, right? I think that we probably check him here, just straight up. Oh wait, no, this is an inactive timeline, so we don't have to move here. Maybe he's confused why he can't submit, because the present is still here, because this is an inactive timeline. It also, by the way, gives us some more mating opportunities. Like, okay, so this happened. So now we have mate here, I believe. I believe that this is mate, because it attacks this king here, and we can deliver a check to this king here in the past. Yeah. Okay. Whew, what an interesting game. That was a bit of a fiesta. It was a bit of a fiesta. GG's. GG's. Yeah, that was crazy. That was a crazy back and forth. Interesting. I would have gone queen c1 rather than rook b1. Where do we go? Oh, rook b1 here. Yeah. You're probably right. I was just hoping that he would take the pawn here so that we could fork the queen and winning the game. I didn't realize I was hanging mate until the timelines are out to converge. I know. That was that was definitely like a crazy opportunity that presented itself. I forget who I was playing against, but this position actually kind of happened to me recently. It was I think it was a random game with someone on the Discord, but yeah, I was going for like I pushed my C pawn and got my queen in, and then something similar happened and my queen was sort of stuck because it was hanging mate like on the back rank. Yeah. Betty was wondering why I can't submit. Yeah, there we go. Could have moved the queen instead of the knight. Yeah. That's interesting. That's an interesting position. GG though. Let's rep our win. Let's rep our win. We're so close to 1600. Oh, thanks for shouting out the stream, Dreamer, in the Elo bot. Cheers. We're 7 Elo away from 1600. We're so close. We're so close. Want to steal some of my Elo? I don't want to steal anybody's Elo. I want to earn other people's Elo. Dreamer says, "Don't say that. You're triggering something." That's really funny. Want to earn some of my Elo? It depends on if Winavesh here wanted to play us, because he messaged in the rated Elo bot like 12 minutes ago. At me, asking if I wanted to play. So let's ask. Winavesh. Hey, I'm down to play now. If you are. I don't think I've ever played Winavesh. I don't think I've seen him around, but we're down. But then Dom, for sure, right after that. Let's take a quick bathroom break. Please enjoy this thumbnail. And please sub to the YouTube. And Dreamer can't troll me now because we're not in a game, so. And we're back. All right, let's get this game going. Winavesh. Wait, where'd he go? Is he around still? Hello, Winavesh. He like disappeared. In fact, I can't even search him on the Discord. He vanished. My dude's gone. What? Am I crazy? No, I think that there's just something weird going on with my Discord client, maybe? It's weird. Let's see here. I think I should have taken on b2 after Smet moved his bishop out. Then I can forcefully take his rook via time travel and have lots of pressure. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, guy just passed you in Elo. Who? Who passed me in Elo? Oh, right and wrong. Is that who we're talking about? Oh, wow. You just beat Romad. Good going. This guy's pretty good. Oh, it's a race. Wow, he's one ahead of me in Elo. No! Dreamer, quick play him. Yeah, he's underrated. Evidently, holy shit. Kudos, man. Good stuff. And underestimated. That's clear as well. Okay, I think I should have taken on b2 after Smet moved his bishop out. All right. Move my bishop out. Taken on b2 instead of like this happening. Honestly, you might be right. Yeah, it's a little tricky. It's definitely a tricky situation. Because like once this rook comes out over here, or once this knight comes out over here, then taking and captures, and you can't recapture because the rook defends its own square. I don't know. I played him. It resulted in 10 active timelines. Oh, it was that game. Well, it sounds like we should play this guy, no? Although Dom did want to play before that happened. Okay, so I can't find this guy who wanted to play. He kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. So let's play Dom and then play whoever else is next. If you're still down, Dom. Get some more turn 0 practice in. Yeah. All right, cool. Random color, medium timer. Go ahead and hop in. We just have to meet the stream. Sounds good. See you on the other side. Good luck. Have fun. I gotta play this. I really gotta play this right and wrong guy. Okay, we got white. We're going with knight f3 d4. It's the tried and true. GLHF. Woo! Let's go. I had to beat him in style of call an ambulance, but not for me. This is how hard it was. Sounds legit. Damn. I really gotta play that guy. What? Do you ever open anything other than knight f3 d4? Dreamer. Oh, okay. This is enabling. We won't f7 sack Dom. You know, he's a friend. It's just not cool. Okay. Now we can certainly sack on f7 along this diagonal. So maybe we do. Maybe we do that. No, we won't f7 sack him. We won't f7 sack him. Sorry, what? I missed what you said. I was just wondering if you open on turn 0 anything other than knight f3 d4 or knight f6 d5. Because I just don't, it saves me a lot of thinking. I just do that most of the time. This is interesting. Okay, so here we can turn 0 sec. Here, or turn 1 sec, I think. Can we? No, F4, F3, F2. Not quite anymore because we pushed this. If this, then we could have sacked here. Here we can F7 sec, turn 4, 3, 2, 1. We can turn 1 F7 sec here. Do we turn 1 F7? We don't turn 1 F7 sec, Dom. Right? I really want to. If I'm honest. I've got like a yearning itch. Hey, Midnight Raven R. Thanks so much for following. Appreciate the support. Welcome to the stream. It's already, maybe this is 2 p.m., but it's already like, it's turn 4 and we're already thinking about like the 4 ways where we can F7 sec Dom. I think structurally this is probably not so great. We're gonna play a disciplined game of 5D chess. We're gonna rotate our knight over like so. We're gonna let him open up his structure like this. You know, we're gonna get our bishop out. This is gonna be fine. This is gonna be good. I think we gotta do this first. Interesting. Okay, I see what's happening here. Okay. Straight down this G file. I can respect that. Oh, you're going really ham down that G file, eh? Let's see here. Let's see here. Not really worried about it yet. There isn't that much that can happen here. Is there? Unless I'm overlooking something. Let's think. Where's this bishop going? I don't know if we want to frappuccino this bishop, because if we need an extra defender, then that's what this rook is going to do. I guess one of these. Threaten this little guy right here. Okay. We won the tempo. Woo! How about we just set up a battery here, like this? What does he say to that? You know? Maybe pawn up here. I mean, that's a disaster on its own, right? It seems pretty sketchy. And then we can always, if we play knight d2 here, then we can always castle long as well. And then we don't feel terrible about our position if things get too dicey over in this direction. Whoa, hold up. Really? There's no way that that's okay. I mean, I guess he wants to frappuccino this bishop, but he's got to respect this, right? There's no way he doesn't respect this. I don't see it. I don't see it. What do we do? We time travel to this board, like with this bishop here or something. Well, okay, not quite. Maybe like the turn after we time travel to whatever happens after here. I mean, this guy's in danger and he's not going to castle anytime soon. Well, he might. Whoa. Whoa. This is a problem? Maybe. I guess this rook can recapture like in a turn. But then if he recaptures on this board, then we've got check like on this board, right? This seems devastating. We're gonna figure out whether or not this is devastating right here and now. We're gonna figure this out together, chat. Probably okay with that. It's probably better for us, if anything. Now we can save this bishop. Or we can do this. And if he goes up there, then we can bring our queen over here. Probably take this. And then if he does this, then this is still like, well, I guess it isn't quite if he does this immediately. But I mean, we just take here. And this threatens mate up here, by the way. Yeah. So this up here is mate now, right? Well, I mean soft mate. Soft mate. Earlier I stuck to knight f3 c4, but then I got sacked on f7. Yeah, yeah, that'll do it. But then I got sacked on f7 and switched to, here's this, by the way, if stream wants to see the arrows. There's the check. And switched to knight f3 d4 because I didn't want to calculate those variants. Dom says, oops, I know. I know, it's tricky, man. It's tricky to know whether these attacks have bite a priori. You know, whether there's venom there. And it's like, oh, you know, yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say. It's really hard to say ahead of time. I still believe it's pretty defendable. Yeah, it's just the calculation, right? Like under time pressure. Yeah. I haven't really looked into the meta game of like how to respond to knight f3 d4 yet. I think that's probably the key to if someone can figure out how to abuse knight f3 d4, which I've seen people propose and play like different stuff against knight f3 d4 than knight f6 d5. I've seen some weird ideas. c5 is one of them. I don't think it's good, like knight f6 c5. I've seen, what else have I seen? I've seen some weird stuff. I've seen some like bishop moves. Well, I mean, you can't, no, I've seen like knight f3 e6, d4, and then like, what would it be? Bishop, e6. Oh, Andre played that against me the other day, right? He played, it was like knight f3, e6, d, or maybe I was black, a d4, and then it must have been as white. Yeah. It must have been e3, knight f6, and then bishop c4. But then I think d5 ended up still being good. I don't really remember. But there are like ideas around exploiting that, I think, that are underexplored right now. I don't have the time to look at it outside of the game too often. By the way, that 10 timelines guy likes to abuse it with immediate g5 push. Really? Immediate g5 push. Wait, what's happening here? Yeah, it doesn't save him, right? Sad. I don't quite know what the play is, to be honest, for our opponent here. I'm gonna let Dom figure it out. I don't see any good moves. Yeah, it's a bit of a predicament. I really don't know. I really don't know what I do here. There aren't any. Yeah, I'm afraid that might be the case. There isn't really like Jurassic piece potential here because everything is so blocked in. Something like that. Maybe where you. The problem is that this is still check. It's a bit of a problem. You know. Actually, I can deliver that check next turn. And there isn't really anything that he can do here, right? Like if we do maybe one of, actually, what's the best move? Oh, actually, we have a tricky, we could take this rook here, right? Is it good? It's fashionable. I don't think it's good. I definitely don't think it's good. Especially because we soft mated him before then. Yeah. We could deliver check here. What happens after we deliver check? I mean, nothing really. Let's just deliver check. And then we can just take, like, here. Or something like that. And then I don't think there's really anything you can do. The bishops defend each other. Is the thing after you take here. So yeah, I don't know. He does have another timeline, but the fact that he's checked here means that he can't really take advantage of it. That was the idea. I think this is your game. Yeah, I think it might be. I think it might have been. I have to think about Dreamer's 10 timelines guy. With these words, you should grab your king and reach your hand out to cement. Yeah, it'll make the thumbnail. It'll bring it all together. You know, with the thumbnail and everything. Here, this bishop now defends this bishop. Not that we necessarily needed any redundancies. We also have a check next turn. We also have a mate. Probably not quite. We almost have shenanigans down here, but not quite yet. Yeah, I think this game might be a little bit over. That 10 timelines guy likes to abuse it with immediate g5 push. When you say immediate, do you mean knight f3, knight f6, d4, g5? Okay, what happened? Okay, the queen travel happened. Where did the queen go? Oh, I see. Can we check a king down there with a... No, we can't. I think we have to do... Well, I guess we go here. There we go. GG. GG. It was a tough spot. It was a tough spot to be in. Those are always, when all your pieces are over here and you're getting attacked, when you're getting flanked like that, it's just so hard to defend in this game. That's just the way it be. Almost like knight f3, knight f6, d4, d5, c3, c6, e3, g5, and in case of capture on g5, bishop f5 and waiting to sack on f2. Was there any place to escape that? Dom, unfortunately, I don't think so. I think that it was a really tricky predicament. I think as soon as we set up the battery here, I think that you had to respond. I'm not positive what with. I think it was really tricky. Yeah, I think maybe bishop here would have prevented like the time travel mate. It would have still been really tricky. It's just hard because all your pieces are over here, you know, and we're attacking on this flank. So those positions are just so difficult to get out of. So I think after this battery, along this diagonal, I really don't see what black does here. Like maybe bishop here, I think. Bishop f8 might have saved you or bought you some turns. Maybe there are ideas where you... Probably not. I don't know. It's super tricky. Like maybe there are ideas where... I mean, this feels ill-advised, but it might have bought you some turns to play f5. I really don't know. It was a really tricky position. It was a really tricky position. But GG though. GG. I liked this. There was like a call an ambulance not for me situation where it got triggered as soon as you opened the G file and then brought the rook over. I was like, oh no, have I allowed myself to get collapsed on? Well, it was G6 last game, but here it's G3. You know, wanted to force some trades, missed something somewhere. Yeah, I feel you. It was complicated. Like figuring out these, you know, out of this end game. It was tricksy. GG though. GG. Let's rep our win. Let's try to surpass right and wrong in the rep W. Wait, Dom, are you just Dom on the Discord? I was looking for somewhere to take the bishop in the corner, but I couldn't go far back enough. Yeah, I know. That's really, I'm always frustrated. I've lost many games to Andre and Dreamer where you get collapsed on like toward the A or H files, and there's just no way to, oh no, oops, I fucked up. Rep, cancel. No, it's just cancel, isn't it? I fucked up. Fuck. Cancel. I'm really fucking up here. Cancel W. It's sorry. Okay. I fucked up, but then I fixed it. I know how to play this game. Rep W at Dom. Okay. 1599. We're one game from 1600. That guy's being trained by Romad, or he's already training Romad. Wow. Damn. Sorry, pseudo abstract meta. I messed up. But yeah. GG. We're one elo away. We're so close to 1600. We're almost there. GG, Dom. Thanks for the game. Do you want to run it back? We can run it back, switch the colors. I play black, you play white. I want to... Now I know one more thing to look out for. Dude, exactly. Like every time, you know, every time you see one of these ideas that you really get punished by, you know, it just gives you like the experience to, you know, you have the knowledge base to avoid that happening again, you know. All you gotta do is lose to Dreamer and Andre and Romad and Lexi enough. And if you just remember, it's easier said than done, then you'll run out of ways to lose to them. And then you'll start winning. At least that's my philosophy. Really quickly, I just want to look at what Dreamer's talking about here. Turn 0. Because I'm really curious about these ideas. When you lose enough, you can make a new account and gain 1400 elo. Exactly. Almost like, okay, so we have knight f3, knight f6, d4, d5. C3, c6. Okay, we're both blocking here. E3. Why would you e3 here, blocking in your bishop before you do something like this? Like bishop f4. Am I crazy? Would you not? Didn't you recently just bishop f4 here against me, Dreamer? Am I wrong? But okay, let's say that you e3. And then g5. Oh. I think Romad likes these ideas, right? He likes to push this g pawn, right? E3 isn't necessary, just put it in for example. Sure. And in case of capture on g5, okay, something like this. Then bishop f5, looking at f2. Yeah. This is interesting. When can this move happen? Not yet. Not the next turn either. So, okay, so this is the idea. What if you immediately do g4 yourself? Something like this. Then what? Then takes. I guess you just take it back for free, right? Yeah, no, I mean, this looks tricky. This looks very tricky. This looks tricky F. And then here, well, if you go here immediately, then he has to... Yeah, if you go here immediately, then he has to... Like, he can't really convert on the sack, right? Because you can't sack this turn, but, you know, you do, like, whatever else. I don't know, something like this. I don't know what. But then, now you can sack here, but there's a knight there already. And so after something like this, then, yeah, I mean, it looks tricky. I don't know what the play is there, but I just want an example on the board. And you've given up this knight here. Oh, well, you don't have to put the knight up here, but I do want to kick this bishop. Maybe with like this bishop instead of this knight move, maybe this bishop. But I wanted the knight to cover. I wanted the knight to be on f3 again as soon as possible. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. I can agree this shouldn't be dangerous, but he played it quite aggressively and quickly, so it scared me. Yeah, I definitely, I mean, you guys know, I get terrified by shit like that. So yeah, I'd definitely be scared. Okay, Dom. We were white that game, right? I think we want to be black this game. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. Cause I asked Dreamer if he plays knight f3 d4. Yeah. Time for the run back. All right, here we go. GLHF. Let's run this shit back. Okay. Meeting stream now. Awesome. Catch you on the other side. Good luck. We're gonna play knight f3, knight f6. Classic. Where's Andre tonight, by the way? He's... Ooh, this also defends against this, but I don't know if it's good. So we do want to defend against our own mate up here. I think that kicking this... I think that this is fine. And then we can gain a tempo by kicking this in a second, right? Here we probably want to cover this. I mean, the problem with this is that you lose the defender on... Well, okay. I take it all back. Defender no longer lost. We could... Wonder if it's worth time travel sacking a knight into a queen in a position like this. It's probably something that we could capitalize on a little later, right? Might be. We want to be careful with the queen here, though. We want to be a bit careful. I'm not in love with the idea of pushing this pawn up. But maybe something like this. Actually, maybe something like this. And then I guess he loses the tempo. If he pushes his pawn up, kind of scratch our head. What is the right way to capitalize here? That's the question. I mean, if here and he sacks here, we're probably happy with that. We'd probably take the piece. We'd probably take the piece. And we want to open the eyes of our queen so that if we can do something like this and then this happens, then, you know, we can check and then takes and then this is mate. Or something like that. You know, fill in the blanks, but the rest is left as an exercise to the reader. Dreamer, all right, guess I'll go to sleep. Have a great day. Cement another chat. Thanks so much for hanging around, Dreamer. We had some great games. I think Andre tried to complete a full cycle of sleep. Deb, he hasn't slept for a full day to fall asleep early in the evening and get back to normal sleep schedule. Okay, I gotta respect that. I think the poor guy could really use it, so I think it's the right call. All right. Thanks so much for hanging out, though. We had some great games as always, Dreamer. Take it easy. Have a good night. Okay, so question is how, not that this knight's like doing a lot anyway. We just really want to gain the tempo on our opponent. Here and then push here. And then have we actually accomplished anything? Dubious. We no longer have this outpost either. Question is if this is a good move. This queen's really kind of stuck, isn't it? We probably should have played our bishop out a little bit earlier. I think we probably want to activate our knight in this situation. Or we could do this. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this. We'll activate our knight. I think it was silly to not pull this bishop out here or something earlier. And then like force a trade. And then if this, then you just capture the queen. So you force him to play this or to go back with the knight. Yeah, I think that was a bit silly. I think we could have done much better there. Okay, he wasted a tempo. We did it, chat. We won the game. We wasted him a tempo. Okay, now this defends there quite nicely, so no longer really worried about that. Let's do one of those. This bishop's a little sad now, and that's my fault. It's definitely my fault. Ooh. Okay. He's trying to frappuccino. Undefending this pawn feels like a bad play, but simultaneously I want to try and jump this knight in here, I think, soon. How do we make plays happen? We could push in on these knights. This knight isn't exactly trapped. This knight's kind of trapped. Not quite, but he's getting there. Maybe we want to do this to prepare. Well, not really. Okay, I think that we're going to do this. Prepping a really ambitious like push of this pawn and then like this to kick this queen here so that we can collapse on this side. I don't know. It's real. I think that our attack here is really like not well directed. But I think that we want to sort of patiently develop our pieces and not lose on our king side. It's kind of difficult to defend our king side here, but I mean, it's not like he can get his queen over here. Okay, interesting. So now I'm okay with doing this. That's interesting. Now we can kind of abuse this situation here. And there's no way that he can kick this bishop. We can abuse the hell out of this by doing something like this. Okay, pin no longer exists. But we can do something like this. And then the question is, where do his queen go? Well, pretty much here is like the only actual option. Pretty content with just leaving this here. We want to get this knight places. Maybe moving like, okay, this is going to take like 1,000,000 turns. So maybe not. We want to get this knight over here. This isn't really an option, realistically. Is this good for us? Probably. Could trade these bishops. I mean, our bishop isn't great here anyway. This bishop right here. Kind of forces him to move this here. Maybe there are crazy ideas where we... unlikely. I don't know. That's kind of the only safe square for his queen. How do we crack his position open is the real question here. It's just going to take years to get here. Let's do one of these, I guess. Maybe we do one of these. Man, how do we break him? His position's too solid. This is scary. I think the queen here is probably a good play. We just want to defend her on f7 so that we can relieve this knight of his duties. Something like that. And then maybe something like h5, knight g4. And then when moves, we have like a solid time travel. We play like queen f6 and then wait like 3 turns and then sack here. But what if this, and then he doesn't give a fuck? What if he just like pushes up here or something weird? I don't know. Maybe the play is to sack. The thing is, we don't really have an attack. But we also don't. Maybe we want to trade. Okay. Well, maybe here we want to do one of these. Maybe we want to trade these bishops so that we can, after trading this, after trading here and trading here, which by the way might just win us the game. Like, there's a possibility, depending on what he takes with. I think I like this first. Gives our knight a gorgeous outpost. Right here. Outpost city. But yeah, after trades here and then trades here, then this knight here threatens like a time travel move here. This knight is not doing it for me. So I think getting this knight off of here so that we can occupy knight f6 with the other knight is good for us. Then I think we're really sort of starting to put something together. He's just playing super solidly. I hope that this isn't very weakening. I don't really see how it could be, but... Oh. Oh. That's interesting. Now we can trade here, and we threaten funny business over here. Like, we probably want to trade here so that we can hop our knight right into here. Sure, I'm cool with that. I'm down with that. We also have this bishop move here once we do this. It's a little tricksy, but... Now how does he kick this knight? He don't. Yeah, no, this is just defended AF. You know? This square here. This looks like trouble for him. He can defend it with the queen here on this board, but again, you know, we just have a lot of pieces looking at that square. Like, I think we get 1 or 2 queens out of this. I think. I'm not positive. By the way, Cement just fighting on my side of the right and wrong, having more ELO than you. Thanks. I really appreciate it. You're doing God's work here. Real mad. Wow. The straight up sack of the queen. Well, I think we've gotten away with something. I think it's safe to say. In fact, I think we've won the game. Because this is mate in 1 turn. Yeah, I think we just won the game. So that's cool. I'm not positive what just happened. But we did just win the game. So it went from an incredibly complex, quote the Raven, oops. That's pretty good. Man, that was such a good principled game of 5D chess. And I really didn't know what was happening there. I didn't know how to crack it. You just had such a solid position with everything going on here. And then the queen move here happened. I probably could have played those last few turns better. I think it was a matter of like, you know, like a turn that just sort of like made the whole structure fall apart for sure. I don't want to go aggressive. To my chagrin, yeah, it was really difficult to actually crack this. From my perspective, it was really tough. So you played super well. I really didn't know like what to do in that endgame. Like I had these ideas of, you know, like after I saw that I kicked your light square bishop from f1, then I thought, okay, now we've got these ideas of trading this bishop and getting this knight in here, because then next move, like a time travel play with this bishop here, at least picks up a queen or something like that. But I mean, fuck, and you were up on the clock too, so like I really didn't know what way was up for a second there. You just had a super solid defense. I missed the diagonal for my queen because I was focused on the knight forking. Yeah. The knight had some tricksy plays here. Then again, the knight fork here, and you could have just recaptured. Or sorry, the knight doesn't fork there. But there, I mean, there was definitely there was some tricky business there. Like a time travel here is what I was thinking. And then you sort of got a real headache on that board after. But yeah, it was really tricky. Super well played. Like I genuinely didn't know what to do until sort of the structure just sort of crumbled in a matter of like a turn or two. Probably should have moved my queen another square over. Probably. Or like, I don't know, maybe this bishop back here or something. Maybe this bishop back here. I think it's a tough call. I really don't know. Brain's not big enough to handle time traveling. I know. I know. I mean, it's definitely really throws a chink into the whole equation there. Like, it's hard enough to figure out how to cover the position in 2D when it's just like a really dense closed position like this, structure like this. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? It's really tough. That was a really tough game. Yeah, you and me both. I had no idea what I was gonna do until sort of, it wasn't even that intentional. Like the situation panning out the way that it was. I am glad that I decided not to trade this bishop. I think actually maybe what you could have done is instead of like maybe trading this bishop here was helpful for you. Maybe. Again, I'm not sure. It's hard to say because it's such a defensive asset, and you only could have really seen, yeah, like moving this bishop here, I think was maybe like a move that was too quiet and didn't do enough. If I had to guess, because I mean, I don't know either, but I think that maybe this was like not sufficiently active and it removed a defender from this whole situation. So maybe taking here would have been better. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Dom says I need to learn to take more time thinking. I know. Well, we've got the opposite problem. I'm getting better at thinking less, and Dom needs to get better at thinking more. Yeah, two different sides of the coin for sure. Tutor's here. Man, I miss the times when games would reach 5 timelines. Hey, we had a game reach a couple timelines here a little bit ago. But welcome, Tutor. Always good to see you. Isn't it late F? It's like 1 a.m. there maybe, yeah? Usually not around that late. I thought about it, but I thought about your king B on a light square and got analysis paralysis. Totally natural. Totally natural. I have to get help with groceries. Be back in a couple minutes. All right. Thanks for the games. Let me rep the win against Dom, by the way. I think that actually puts us over 1,600. Could it be? Dom? We're over 1,600. Woo! 1,605. We did it, chat. Feels good. Let's. Are we on top 10 yet? Leaderboard. 11. Savas is at 1,608. We need one more win. We need one more win, and we'll get into top 10 finally. Shit. GG. That was a good game. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff today. We're playing well. We're getting some good games in. Interesting positions. I think I'm below 1,500 or wherever we start at. We start at 1,400. I spent most of my 5D career below 1,400. Because I mean, I got on the Elobot and then played like 8 games against Lexi. You know, barely broke even, and it's like, oh great. I remember letting Lexi farm me. Good times. We're kingmakers is what we are. We're queen makers in reverse royalty. We got Lexi where he is today. Okay, GG. Let's keep it going. We're 4 hours in. How were exams? Second exam went much better than the first one did. I think that's the last time we talked. Wow, 4 hours in. Yep. Second exam went much better. The questions were fairer. There were a lot more sort of like canonical, I guess. Even though I was less well prepared for that subject. I mean, unless I substantially fucked up or the grading is really harsh, which is possible, I think that probably we passed the second exam. First exam's a little iffy, but I'm incredibly happy to no longer be dealing with that. That's a blessing, for sure. Okay. What we want to do is play some more games. We want to grind a little bit more turn 0 up in this. Did we have anybody who wanted to play in the chat? Or in the Rated Elobot? That one guy who wanted to play, he just disappeared. Winavesh? Yeah, he was around, and then he like evaporated. As usual, I'll play if no one else does. I mean, it looks like we don't have anybody else playing, so let's go for it. Let's go for some games, Tutor. It always ends up super entertaining when we play Tutor. Rated or ratingless? Casual. We can just play casual. I'm not too. Don't expect much. Don't sell yourself short, man. All I'm good at these days is losing slowly. I mean, come on. Don't be so self-deprecating. We'll play turn 0 maybe? It's up to you. Instead of dying to mate in 1. I died to mate in 8. Wow. I mean, I can identify with that. If you have 7 sack me, I have 0 clue. We should play sometime then. Tutor was super into the game when it first came out, and then he was too busy with like real life, like a responsible human being, and then he couldn't play very much. But I mean, he kicked my ass. The very first tournament, he double eliminated me. I got wrecked. Imagine having a real life. I know. University counts as real life. But let's play Tutor. We'll play just a casual game. We don't have to go overboard. But yeah, Dom, you should play Tutor. He's really good. He hasn't played in a while, but in the very first tournament, I won the psychological warfare. Hey, whatever works, man. Whatever you got to do. That's true. He got like a 30-turn Jurassic Rook, and I got destroyed. I missed mate in 1. Of course, it was my fault, and I just couldn't make do. He was just too good. Okay. Whoa. Okay, we're not playing by F7 stack rules. This is like intense Chad gameplay here. I think we'll do this. This is the Chad opening, man. We're playing the Scandinavian in 5D chess. What a time to be alive. D5 is cheating. Sorry, Tutor. I mean, this is how we beat Lexi, right? If I'm not mistaken, we opened the Scandinavian, that game where we Voltroned against Lexi. What are your thoughts on me putting my knight on D4? Knight on D4 is, I think Computer Smoke likes that opening because it prevents the F7 sack. I think it's more of a liability than an asset because it can get kicked and then you lose a tempo, and also you no longer have anything guarding against the F7 sack on the F file. So I think it might be ill-advised. But I'm not positive. Okay. Here I think we do one of these. Like that. I haven't played E4 D5 in forever. I have no idea, like what's going on here. We're just playing it by ear. I haven't played E4 D5 since like week 1 of the game. Man, I'm super scared. Yeah, I mean, you live by the Chad, you die by the Chad. What can I say? But yeah, our good friend Tutor here, he's got to be careful, man. He's got to be careful. I don't know if the advance is the right play here. Probably. Oh, interesting. Now I kind of have to do this, right? This is really interesting, actually. Because if I do this, yeah, then this, and then like maybe this. Oh, geez, what a ridiculous. What have we gotten ourselves into here? But now the only thing defending here is this queen. What's the smart play? I think this is the play, right? And then if this bishop is out of here, then b5 actually defends against queen a4 mate if he pushes c3, right? b5, if takes c3, well, I mean, we could just pull back. Well, okay, we win the game is the problem for him, if that happens. But like here we do something like this turn or next turn. I don't know, he's got to be really careful. Yeah, he's got to be super careful here. Because, I mean, at any point, like, we could even play, like, knight c6. Whoa. Okay. Now I think we probably sack here. Or maybe we do this. No, we probably sack here, right? Yeah. I think we sack here. And basically threaten mate. Maybe. Yeah, and now... Wow, wait, he captured with the pawn? Because now we basically threaten mate here, yeah? What's the idea? Something like, no. Probably here's the play. Here's probably the play. I mean, he does have like this sack here, but I think we win before then. I don't know. I think it's really tricky for him. Oh, he's got the sack. Oh, guys, hold on. I think we lost. Or close to it. Yeah, because I left f7 undefended here. Yeah, this is the classic. Because it's not... I'm not far enough away for this to cover this. Right? I think Tudor got us here, because next turn he sacks on this board like this. And so we need to set up a situation where we can capture, but we actually haven't done that. 2 turns away and 1 over. Like, we can check here. And then... like threaten several kinds of mate, but I think we have to play a queen down. Interesting. Let's be careful. I think that we need to do this in order to not lose. I definitely didn't respect the fact that I left that open. And then here, and then if he takes here, then we just defend like this, maybe. takes here, and then we defend like this. And I'm sure he has some time travel mate, although this is like quadruple defended. And then we mate on this file, like in the very near future. We have to be really careful here. We fucked up. What's the cats, or what's the cat say? Maybe it has been a long stream. What's the chat say? Not sure why you don't take the bishop and double the pawns. That is what we did eventually. Silly of you. It's not really good for my health. Then block it. I was scared to Jurassic Queen there. I mean, the problem here is that f7 doesn't mean f7 forever, right? So what Tudor's done is said, hey, if you play f7, I'm clueless, so don't bother. But then we didn't cover our own f7. We played non-f7. Probably go for a bishop through time on the e-file. Yeah. That's our win condition here. All we have to do, as soon as we kick this queen off of the square, is play d5, and then our next turn, bishop d7, or sorry, e5, and then bishop e7 the next turn is mate. So Tudor's certainly not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. So we have a win here. As long as we don't miss some crazy sort of shenanigans here. We get time travel here or something crazy maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely tricky. We have to not do anything too silly. But yeah, as soon as this queen is out of here, we play e5 and then bishop e7 and then we win. Sorry, I think I'll take a while for this move. No worries, Tudor. Take your time, man. There's a little bit of don't get bishoped on the e-file going on. There definitely is. You definitely don't want to get bishoped on the e-file in this position. I'm glad this is a casual game because then I wouldn't have this... I wouldn't have felt comfortable risking elo on not worrying about f7 and then getting f7. That would have felt bad. .92. Like that. It doesn't get there in time. I mean, the problem with 92 is that you lose the queen, but also it doesn't cover far enough into the past. Wait, that doesn't help, yeah. Tudor's like, whose side are you on? Yeah. This is a problem for him. Okay, let's yeah, okay, so that's what I thought was going to happen. So now we do... Do you even need to do that? There's a tricky caveat here. There's a tricky caveat here. The caveat is that this queen can time travel to here. Sorry. To like here on this board. Not next turn, but like soon. Doesn't really matter with this queen here. Okay. So what I don't want to do is for him to immediately, like not this move, but the move after. Well, okay, where can this go? This queen can go here. Then what? Then we take, then takes here. We need to be careful. We need to be careful not to throw this. I mean, he can't really go back rank. So really the fear is that he can go, not this next turn, but the turn afterward. You can always go here next turn no matter what we do. But it's probably fine. If we do this, we just win next turn. Maybe this is the play. Everything else is covered. Yeah, we just do this. We don't worry about it. This wins us the game next turn, and I don't think he can time travel anywhere like amazing. This is promising for him. After takes. But then we still have like the game win before he gets here on time, right? Maybe not, I don't know. I think if he goes here, then we have takes, and then takes here brings us to the present here. And we win like a half turn before he wins, right? I was thinking in 3D, not 5D. Yeah. Missing 2 Ds. Could it capture a queen in the past and do something fancy? Possibly. It's possible. I mean, to be honest, it's probably what he's looking at. The problem with this is that we do almost anything. Like if we do something that like threatens this, whoa. So he's basically giving us the queen. I'm okay with that. Okay, and now we play a regular game. He got himself out of this pinch. So now we figure out how to capitalize. Now we probably do one of these. Now we play some solid chess and don't flag. I like pushing this knight out here because takes, and there's no way in the universe that he can kick this like ever. Ooh, now maybe we just do something as simple as this, or we could actually get this rook involved alternatively. I really like both moves. Yeah, I think we'll get the rook involved. Let's get our rook involved along the D file here. I don't know how both of us stabilized out of that situation, but we did. Okay, so he needs to liberate this bishop here. Quite badly, in fact. We probably take this opportunity to castle, because we won't get it again for a hot minute. Once this bishop comes out here, and then we can just move this rook where he wants to go anyway. I'm liking that. We're going to take this square away from his knight, that's for sure. Oh, he frappuccinos it. That's interesting. Now we can do a little bit of this action. Take squares away from this knight. preparing this push. Maybe even this. Depends. Probably this. This is an interesting question that our opponent is asking of us. I think that we're okay with this. And I think that we're okay with that. Right? Now we've got a juicy fork here. And taking this file, I'm okay with this. Which knight do we want to do this with? Actually, we could just go in with this knight like this. If well, the problem is this has 3 attackers and 2 defenders, so we have to be a little careful. Could also push this pawn. Kind of lets him normalize his pawn structure. Let's do this. Let's get 3 defenders on this. There's a juicy fork here that we want to threaten. The fact that there are 3 attackers here, it's a little spooky. What an endgame. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, I mean, he takes that square away from us. That makes all of the sense in the world. So now it's 2 attackers, 2 defenders. I think I like this endgame for us. I think this forces the trade. Could have pushed this pawn up here too. I'm not positive what the right play was. We've got a knights versus rooks endgame. Well, knight rook endgame. What exactly is a frappuccino? So frappuccino is is a silly Twitch way of saying fianchetto. So fianchetto is when you push either your G file or your B file pawn, and then you put the bishop there. It's called a fianchetto. And it's just a really nice, you set up like a little sniper, you know, on the long diagonals. And it's just it's a good move. And a frappuccino is just, I think Box said it during PogChamps 1. The frappuccino. The frappuccino is classic. Now this boxes in his, wait, can somebody explain to me when I ended up, I kind of lost track. I didn't realize I was down a piece. That was pretty silly of me, but you know, whatever, it is what it is. He's sort of trapped here, isn't he? He's got to be careful. I think this is probably better for me, even though it doubles our pawns. Yeah, I think this is fine. Interesting. Interesting. Trying to maybe give him the file. I just want to give him the file so that we can do a little bit of this. A little bit of this action. Wow. Speed racer over here with these moves. Okay. I guess we do some of this. I'm afraid of that rook up there, that's for sure. Now we need to be a little scared. It's mandatory that we're a little bit scared here. I think we've bungled this. It's a bit of a silly game. We don't necessarily want to put our king here because that makes this mate. Do we have to be careful? How can we get our knight into a position where... Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to see how we pull through in this endgame here. Yeah, why not? Whatever. Our position doesn't look great. There's a simple 5 moves that can get you a mate through time. All you have to do is have your opponent blunder every move. I believe that. That's probably true in basically every situation. This is indicative to me that maybe as we approach our 5th hour of streaming. Maybe it's time to sort of pack it in, so to speak. I think that this is a Jurassic rook for us, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's a Jurassic rook and a half. Maybe we see what he does here. Just send out some feelers. Oh no. But that's check. We can't Jurassic rook with check. That's GG. Well, we could run our king away. We could run our king away to here, but then the same thing happens. So it doesn't quite work. We're stuck. Okay, this is GG. Well played. Well played, Tutor. All of these are not legal. These lose on this puts us in check, so we can't go here. This loses us the game the next turn, especially when this happens. This loses the game for the same reason that this loses the game. It just doesn't work for us. So there we go. This is what happens. I still got it, baby. Tutor still got it. We'll move into mate for him. Here. We lose. GG's. The double checkerino. Well played, Tutor. What a clown fiesta of a game. I told you not to sell yourself short. This is a textbook example of what happens when your opponent tells you, please no f7 because I'm unprepared, and then he collapses on f7 after you don't block your own f7. When you sacked your queen, yeah, here. You could have maybe Jurassic to turn 1. Ooh, there's an idea. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I could see it. For sure. There is something there. Hey, don't blame me. If I can't blame you for my loss, who can I blame? I didn't plan to go for f7. I did force you into it, didn't I? When I said I saw something, I was looking at a knight, at taking a knight in the past with your knight. Okay, let's check this out. Like here? Or some such situation? Like this? Like here taking here, kind of forcing this to happen. But then giving up timeline advantage. The problem is I don't have any bishops, so the open file doesn't really do anything for me. Oh, like here? I think it's tricky in that position. You're a little keen on trading when down material. Yeah, it's funny. After like coming out of that that disgusting opening, I didn't realize I was down material until forever. I think it was because you sacked the queen into a piece here. A couple more turns. All right. Knight on c5. Let's see. When's the knight on c5? There's never a knight on c5. Oh, like this? Maybe? Like this? Or some such? Something like this. I was thinking whether to take one more pawn before the sacker to develop. Yeah. Also, even if you're sacking the queen, I need to sack back. Yeah, true. True. Yeah, I think we didn't handle that very well. I think that this was ill-advised what we got ourselves into this game. Yeah, I think trading here immediately like this, yeah, it was a bad call. Because I mean, we opened up f7 and Tudor did exactly what he had to, which was to come here and then threaten the f7 sack on this board, which would have been mate. So it's hard for you to defend f7 though. You need to give me time to consolidate. Yeah, I think that this pawn is a much bigger liability here for white, like by far, than any like time travel initiatives or anything that are going on. So like, I think that in this situation, something like, I don't know, knight h6 kind of wins. I think that knight h6 basically wins here instead of going ahead for this sack. Because then takes, you trade all these pieces away, and then this is still a liability. You always need a piece here. And this is basically a free pawn. And I had center control. So I think I played that very unprincipled. I would not advise that anybody play this position like this. This was very reminiscent of the good old days. That's for sure. This was a game straight out of September of last year. I do think I got myself into trouble. For sure. I think E4 anybody would agree is pretty irresponsible. I only know the good old days, man. Yeah. I mean, in a situation like this, you know, it's absolutely uncourteous to do anything other than threaten a crazy counter like this. Is e4 bad? I thought e4 is highly playable. I think it's pretty agreed upon that e4 isn't super solid. It's playable. I wouldn't say highly playable. I would say that it's playable. I would say that it's playable, but you know, maybe under time pressure you can come up with something weird. But I think if I like, probably I would have responded with the usual. You know, here I think I probably would have played, I don't know, against e4 to start with. Well, maybe you can, in this situation, maybe you can, well, no, because you don't want to get sacked. Actually, e4 is probably not playable because, okay, the real reason that e4 isn't playable is that you get f7 sacked. Would Lexi play it? That's enough for me? No. In a tournament match, we had this conversation recently, and Lexi basically said in a tournament match he would never play e4. But this defends neither along the file nor along the diagonal. So yeah, the real reason is that you get f7 sacked like immediately. It's a problem. I really don't like the t0 travels. Yeah. Yeah, the problem here is that on like turn 4, you push this pawn, and then on turn 6 you go to turn 0 here, f7 sack or f2 sack with this bishop. And it's GG. I feel like they shouldn't be possible. I mean, that's the whole idea with these game modes that defend F7. I mean, you're preaching to the choir, man. Like, I've been saying, you know, before we got all these new variants, I thought the way to go was just standard, but we banned turn 1 travels. But I digress. This is ancient history now. Let's move forward. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Are there any games? Anybody want to play some games? Do you want to run it back, Tutor? We could always run it back. I'm always down to run it back. Switch sides. What was I? Cheers for the game. Thanks for playing. I do but a variant. Okay. I had to get hit with the kids. Turn 0 is a variant. I only want the turn 0 practice because then again, turn 0 practice, you know, you kind of got to play out the F7 shenanigans. They're kind of crucial. Because turn 0 is for the tournament, so I need more practice like that. Turn 0 feels like such theory though. Not really. If you play like knight f3, knight f6, d4, d5, then you don't have any f7 to worry about. And then you just play chess like usual. You know? Here, let's switch colors. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. I'll give you some turn 0 if you're down to play against c4, c5. I'd play against c4, c5. Does pseudo abstract meta want to play? Want to show us some counterplay here? Random color. Well, it's like 2 a.m. here, so I'll let my table spot. Sorry if it seems cowardly. Not at all, man. I'm just glad you played a game because I know it's so early there, or late, whatever it is. Thanks for the game. Like the good old days. I told you you've still got it. I told you. Are you playing? You're a great player, Smet. I didn't mean to apply anything. Whatever, man. You don't... I mean, I feel good about where I'm at, so I don't need, you know, you don't need to console me or anything. It's solid. My heart was racing. This isn't good for me. I should stay away from this. That's the opposite of what should happen. You got to play more so that it's less high stakes every individual game, you know? Imagine a tournament. Oh, yeah, man. I mean, when I'm playing against Dreamer and it's like down to the wire and I got like 2 minutes on the clock, maybe I should get like a heart rate monitor. That should be my next like clickbait, you know? Like 200 BPM. Right at the end when we're in a time crunch. Yeah, pseudo abstract meta, let's play. We can do this is a casual game. We can just play a casual game. I think my heart is trying to go 5D as well. That's a good one. I'm with you there. So even if it's like the most obvious like mate I've ever seen, I still get really nervous like in the last few turns. All right, GLHF. Okay, we're playing this. We're playing against c4, c5, or I guess just c5 here. Something weird. I don't know when c5 happens, because I guess here it's against like this, right? This is interesting. Yes. Let's try and figure this out. The immediate c5 is really interesting. Oh, this happened like our previous game, right? This is what happened. Glad to catch 18% of your stream. It's going to leave. Yeah, GLHF pseudo abstract meta. Thanks for stopping by, Tutor. It's always a pleasure to see you. I'm really glad that you've been able to like consistently hop by the stream. It's a pleasure. But yeah, get some sleep, man. GG's. You got to play more of this game. You got to promise me to try to play more of this game. All right, let's see what's happening here. We could take here. Taking here seems ill-advised. This structure here is definitely scary. As we saw last time, he's sort of opening this, you know, like this queen situation here. Sort of allowing this, but then maybe like an early bishop out is like an idea. One thing that we want to do is, well, so now we know the idea, right? The idea here is that we get some queen b6 action, threatening shenanigans. Maybe we pawn here, and then, I mean, the bailout strategy here is, of course, just the queen out like this. How do we punish this situation? I mean, our queen is always looking here as well. Immediate bishop is an idea. Here just blocks the diagonal immediately. Maybe like a queen here, with this kind of action. I don't know what's best here. I think it's tricky. I mean, the pawn push here, and then this happens, and then takes. And then he's got sort of a better, I guess, structure here, like this. I kind of like that, actually, because then we threaten f7 shenanigans, right? Just takes right here and now. Just takes right here and now. Okay, so now we force the issue. Could just develop our pieces. Oops. Maybe one of these. Can't go back here. Could I guess go back here. The problem with this move is that it blocks our other bishop in. This could also be good. There's just so many options, man. Here and then push. And then takes. And can he materialize anything? I don't really see it. What are the ideas? Here and then here? And then what? Just here? Maybe we do some of this. Let's just see what happens. Let's see what happens. We're putting some pressure on this knight. This queen here has to be more of a liability than an asset, right? Yeah, I think that we're playing for something of a tempo advantage here. Yeah, I mean, there's a problem for him, which is that, oh, this is interesting. Now, of course, what we don't want to do is blunder 2D mate like this. good way of doing that is probably this, which we wanted to do anyway. And then he can't time travel to this board. You can't F7 sack us. Where does this queen go now? F7 on this board after we've already played this knight out, so it's not a big deal. But in a turn, it'll be F7 on this board. Or will he be blocked by then? No, it won't be blocked. So in a turn, it'll be F7 on this board. This is a really sharp opening. This is really tricky. This is super tricky. Came back to tell you Moon first, sync later. Bye. Thanks, Tutor. I appreciate the advice. This is really tricky. Maybe the bishop here is the better play. Kicking him after all. I think that's probably right. He goes back to this board. Yeah, it's really tricky. Yeah, I don't know what the play is here. Maybe even this. Because you can't go back immediately and we threaten the... Maybe this is the play. It seems crazy. But I think it's probably the play. Because then he can't sack next turn, and he doesn't have a good sack this turn. Like, if he wants to sack here, he can be my guest. I think it's very bad. I think it's very bad. But yeah. I think it's probably better for white. I think it's probably better for white. Really hard to tell. Who's hanging out in chat? Who's around right now? One thing I don't understand is in Streamlabs, I don't know if anyone can answer this question. When I hit users in chat, I see like 15 people here, but the viewer count, it tells me that there are 5 viewers. So is that maybe like if someone has the stream muted in another tab, then it doesn't count them as viewers, but it counts them as in chat maybe? If anyone can explain to me how and why that happens, that'd be much appreciated. They stay in the user list longer, as far as I know. Word. I am. Oh, Dom's still here. Word. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I'm looking at someone who's new to 5D. Oh, word. Teaching about all of the agonals. Yeah. Plenty of diagonals to worry about in this game. I'm surprised that this c5 move, this immediate c5, has so much venom. But it makes sense. It's this here, and you can't really, you know. This might be what I was looking for earlier. Yeah, I think that this is really scary. I think that maybe the more responsible thing to do would have been to kick this queen immediately instead of playing this bishop out here. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to block my own pawn in here to block this bishop in. I think that was silly. But I think, you know, I think that like maybe white here has like a lead in development and they want to push that instead of worrying about. Instead of enabling this, basically. I think that this was, even though I took forever thinking about it, I think that this was a pretty irresponsible move. So I don't know. Like maybe even like, well, pawn out here is definitely not better because I need to cover this square immediately. Yeah, like this was, okay, this was silly. Look, like the longer I look at it, the more I realize that I'm not quite with it anymore. we hit the 5-hour mark on stream. And we started the day out with tournament matches and then games against Dreamer. So I think I've exhausted. I think I've run out of juice because we gave a board here where ooh, that's pretty spicy. It's pretty spicy here. This is pretty spicy here. Gotta be careful now. This is not what I expect. Let's think here. To be careful. Yeah, no, this bishop move was absolute insanity. I have no idea what I was thinking about. Like all he had to do was wait. Well, I mean, we prevented the sack here, but I gave him a board where he's defending f7 or f2 with his own queen, and it's like immediate mate. Like that was insanity. I don't know what's going on here. But okay, we could just take this queen here. The problem with that, of course, is that again we enable this queen to travel back in time to a board where he covers f2 on with his own queen. So this is ill-advised, to be sure. What we could do is something spicy like this. Threatens the queen up here. Let's see, if we do this though, straight up, then we can just take both queens, right? Let's just do this, I guess. Because if we can just take both queens, and he can't take back. Actually, maybe queen up here would have done the job as well. Probably that was the better play, if I'm honest. Because I actually don't cover this square with this. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Hotel Wi-Fi is acting up though. Oh no. Hotel Wi-Fi is the worst, man. Can't stand it. I'm glad that nowadays it's standard, at least, for hotel Wi-Fi to be like free. You know? I mean, it wasn't always. But yeah, it's always pretty trash. Whoa. Yeah, doesn't that bring its own host of challenges here? So we can threaten some other shenanigans. We've got a force-X of our own here in a turn, right? Yeah, like next turn we hit. Well, okay, I guess that doesn't quite work because there's a knight there. Okay, so here he defends his own queen with this. He defends his own queen here, but we can take here on this board, right? Are we quite happy with this? Alternatively, we can do this, which also threatens the queen on this board. So what we can do is, okay, so if we take this queen here, then the only way that he can get it back is by making a move on this board. So if we take here and then threaten like a game-winning move on this board, again, not positive off the top of the dome what that move actually is, but if we threaten it, I guess it threatens taking back with this knight, but that's not good, is it? I guess we win a queen in the process. Yeah, we get both of his queens off the board. It's definitely an option. But I was thinking more. Could also like, well, not quite. Maybe this is the plan. I think this is probably the play. If he captures here, then we just get it back. I feel pretty good about ourselves, I think. Because we've got a queen and he doesn't. He doesn't have any queens. It's the only way to take this back. If he doesn't take this back, then it's bad news for him. And he's in a lot of trouble on this board soon. You know? Because we can go back to like this board here and just look at it. It's an absolute nightmare for him. You know? If we sack here with the bishop, then, you know, he has to recapture. I could run it away. Because this queen's not here. But we could get a queen over there. Sack with the queen as well. I don't know. I feel like there are a lot of opportunities. It is the free Wi-Fi, yeah. Yep. Good stuff. Good stuff today. I'm fascinated by this c4 play. I think this needs to be explored. c5 here. I don't really know what black does after. I think that this was insane. I think that maybe a more tame option is bishop e3 here, but again, after you block in your own light square bishop, it's not like it's super obvious how you take advantage of like f7, or I guess if you just play principled, just develop your pieces. And then this guy can come back over and then like threaten b2 or however it was that first game played out. I mean, you can play c2 with the queen and hold that down, and then maybe like look over, have your pieces pointed in this direction. I don't know. I'm not convinced either way. It's really hard to say. I don't know what the right play here was. I don't know. We can think about it. Okay, he goes ahead and does this, so we're just gonna, there's like no world in which this isn't our next play. And now we've got Fork City coming up here in a second. Fork City. Population, us. I don't even know if it's worth forking. What it does do is threaten mate. Okay. Fork City here kind of threatens. Well, no, not really, because we have a. All right. Well, I'm a bit frustrated that he took our bishop there. Let's think here. What's the right play? Threatening a sack on f7 here? Is that good for us? Not really, because the position we started in was kind of whack, right? I do have to be kind of careful here as well. This is a bit of a tricky position. This square is covered by this bishop and this queen, so I'm not super worried about it. It's the easiest way to take advantage of this. I guess we play this. This is a play. I'm thinking this here, but then time traveling to like back here doesn't necessarily, well, okay, it would be 2 turns in the past. So if we go here, then we would time travel to here on this board like this. And then if this happens, then, you know, I don't know, we have like queen like this. Well, okay, it doesn't quite work because this knight's here. So maybe we wait until next turn to do something like that. This here threatens a whole host of. Actually, do we have mate here next turn? Do we threaten mate? Do we force him to check us here? Okay, let's do some math here. So here we're gonna go back to c4 on this turn, d5 on this turn, e6 on this turn, f7 on this turn. Okay, so it doesn't quite get us there. It doesn't quite get us there. When does it get us there? It gets us there on this board. So actually here threatens going back to here on this board, which is mate, right? And it threatens this knight. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. And then we probably want to do a little bit of this action. Probably want to do a little bit of this action. Okay, let's let our opponent figure this out. I think we're threatening mate. Yeah, here on this board. Yeah, for sure. So he's got to get himself out of that predicament, and then we've got these knights that are going to wreak havoc here in a second. I think I'm happy with our position here in this game. This Twilight City? No, this is 5D chess. Hope you find out how big the population in said city is, Cement. Going to sleep now. All right, thanks for checking in, Romad. Really appreciate it. Wish we could have played some games tonight, but you know, there's always another opportunity for that. Sleep well. Take it easy. It's late as fuck there, so you know. Poison says goodnight, Romad. But I mean, Romad famously, along with Andre and Lexi, just is completely nocturnal, you know. So it's a shock to me that even at, what is it, like almost 3 a.m. there? That he's going to bed this early. Forks is the city in which the sparkly vampire novels are located. Oh my god, you're right. That's the Twilight one. 2 a.m.? Okay. Not quite so bad. Good night to you too. But that's Forks City. just doesn't work. That's just silly. You know, let's not get carried away here. I read those books. Like I read the books, all of them. Not even I didn't even watch the movies. But don't you have multiple forks? That's true. You're not wrong. Because it was just, I remember very distinctly in 8th grade walking into class and seeing like that on average in every classroom there were more copies of those thick black hardcover books than there were like people in the class almost. Certainly they outnumbered the girls who were the only ones who owned them. And I just needed to know what was up. And I read all of them. They're really easy to read in terms of, you know, just like binge reading through them. Like that lady knew what she was doing, you know, in terms of like, hold on. Do we not just win? Is this not just mate o'clock? Do we believe our opponent here? I don't think we believe our opponent here. Right? Yeah, there's no way we believe our opponent here. This is soft mate for days here. Yeah, we don't believe our opponent. As a literature major, this hurts my ears to hear. I know my girlfriend is a lit major. She was. Now she's doing a master's, but we talked about this ad nauseum. You know, it's by no means is the writing good. But I think that nobody can deny, you know, like the successful, you know, crack isn't like a strictly, you know, isn't really a sublime invention or, you know, useful for like the human race, but it's addictive. It's like junk food, right? It's like junk literature, you know, like no one can deny that it's like tasty because it is. I mean, I was a teen. I understood the angst, you know, like I got it, even if I wasn't, yeah, of course it's not well written. Yeah. I mean, it's well written in the sense that it's very good at what it aims to do. Right. I don't think that anyone's out here denying this. We just check here and we collect our win. We did it. Look at all these arrows. Beautiful. Beautiful. GG's. I think some of the ideas are pretty nice. Yeah. As a comp sci major, I agree, but just because you mentioned reading. Meta clock is ticking. There we go. The books are actually quite okay. Also, her sci-fi novel is quite good. I haven't read it. Oh yeah, The Host. I've heard about it. Yeah, sorry to offend our resident lit major viewers here. I don't blame you. Especially for the said sci-fi novel. No, I mean, I might check that one out. I don't know. But I mean, it was just like the cultural phenomenon. I just had to know what was going on, you know. And I was kind of shocked. I was shocked that it was so... I mean, that was before like 50 Shades of Grey happened, which then everyone also had copies of like in class. Which I was shocked that wasn't like a bigger social deal, you know, like how is this just so normalized that like every teenage girl and her mom literally was reading these books and they had them in class? It's like, how is this not like smut? How is this not, you know, it's kind of ridiculous. Shades is even worse, far worse. I haven't read 50 Shades, but you know, of course I'm culturally aware of it. But I mean, that's a bridge too far for me because like Twilight's on the border, right? Twilight just like really enforces some like terrible, you know, in terms of like the social ideas that it like perpetuates, it's like incredibly unhealthy, right? Like the relationships that are being, it's more than just mommy porn. 50 Shades is just, you know, for whoever you like. It's really bad. But yeah, like this, I mean, it's really, there are some unhealthy ideas that those books perpetuate even before 50 Shades, which is like on its own level. It's real, you know. Hold on. We gotta check out these image not found. Image not found, my dude. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, it's because it thought that the URL was like clipped by because there's a comma. Okay. Well, suspicious image links. We're used to that in our chat. Okay, this is a bit silly. This is Romad's contribution to the discussion. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Well, this is actually pretty offensive. Okay, I mean, we're playing into the stereotypes here, but, you know, physicists, it's our job to, like, shit all over engineers. It's just, like, and I hate to sort of fuel the fire, but, you know. Pseudo Abstract Meta's gotta get dinner. All right, thanks for the games and the ideas. I really need to look at more of this C5 business, because I think it's very unclear. I think that it's very sharp, and that there are a lot of ideas for black. So thanks for showing me. Yeah, that was GG's. But yeah, I mean, as a math major and a physics major, I don't think engineers are good at math. But I'm also not gonna play into the juvenile, you know, like the tribal mentalities that are perpetuated in higher education. I think it's silly, but it was a good joke. I didn't mean to sort of, you know, bog us down with it's some lighthearted humor that I can appreciate. That's a good one. But no, of course, no redeeming characteristics for engineers. They can't spell and they can't do math, so what are they good for? /S. I'm sure I have a lot of engineers that watch the stream. That's why they need so many of them. Also, 50M Shades is also bad because it stole the title of a really well-written book by Jasper Ford, which is titled Shades of Grey. I've heard that, but I'm not familiar with the original, I guess. Everyone keeps track of one number. Is that how it works? Bad writing and plagiarism. What a steal. Yeah, good whammy. I mean, regardless, she really cashed out. I think she was rewriting the books as well. I don't know why we're shitting on Stephanie Meyer here, but while we're at it, I think she was like rewriting the books from the perspective of like the love interest, like the vampire guy, and it got leaked. Like an early version of it got leaked, and she was just so pissed that she was like, we're not doing this anymore. You know, like, you if this is what it's gonna be, then, you know, no books for you. She just got really annoyed that the script got leaked or whatever, an early draft, and she just called it off. Remember the dude who fell in love with an infant? Yeah, no, it's not great. It's not great. The what? Big yikes. Yeah. Oh, I just remember the second book being absolute torture to get through. That was the one where it was a real slog, where she was just like really, you know, it was like glorifying self-destructiveness, you know, like melodrama and parasocial relationships. It was just really bad. It was really bad. And I think a lot of it like really was like the critical sort of formative times for a lot of female adolescents, at least that I knew, that were like substantially influenced by the ideas in that book. It's not great. It's not great. Doesn't do a lot for, you know, from like a feminist perspective. It's definitely a nightmare. But anyway, yeah, that's that. I think we got another game in us. I think if someone wants to help me explore these ideas, these C5 ideas, I think they're dangerous. Romad, what do you think? Not to keep you here any longer, because I want you to get to sleep as much as you want to get to sleep. But if you have quick thoughts, is C5 good or bad? Whoa. I don't know if the mic picked that up, but there was like a very deep, like, banging sound. Like one of my pipes exploded or something. That was a little spooky. I hear footsteps upstairs. My roommates are dealing with it. If there's a problem, someone will yell. We're on stream, you know, priorities. It is really cold here. We might have, maybe burst pipes did happen. I don't know. Probably someone dropped something. I'm not too worried about it. I don't think it's good. Okay. But I think it's good that there's some variation in openings now. Okay. Unless you're in Texas, I wouldn't worry about burst pipes. Yeah. Maybe a beam popping. Our roof does that a lot. Maybe. You know, I'm in a basement. I'm just renting, so it's whatever. You know, a little damage to the roof never hurt nobody, especially if you're in the basement. I also encountered one C5. Whoa, a true basement dweller. That's us. Basement. Not a neck beard though. I shaved. I trimmed the neck before the stream. So, basement dweller, yes, but not a neck beard. We got to try harder. We'll get there. Where I think 2E3 is the best answer to. 2E3. Hey, Poison's following. Thanks so much. Appreciate the support. Cheers. Damn, I don't have a basement, but I have the neck beard. Well, together we form the ultimate. Okay, to 1C5. So we've got one knight f3 c5 to e3. But then there's the diagonal sack, right? Doesn't work for 2c5 though. Hold on. We've got knight of 3 c5. You're saying e3 is the deal? Oh, because this he can't f7 sack because it's blocked. Unless something like this happens. And then this is too late, right? Like, let's make a passing move and then no, the sack happens. Okay, so this doesn't quite work. So what do you do if so knight of 3 c5 e3, oops, we played c6. So knight of 3 c5 e3. And then what do we do if c4? I guess this is just bad. I guess you can do anything against c4. But no, you need to prevent this sack from happening, right? So yeah, you need to prevent the sack from happening. So maybe this is the answer. And then if this happens, you do this, and then your queen is in time, right? I think this queen is in time in this variation, even in turn 0, because normally you sack. Actually, maybe it's not. So takes here. Oops, you got to do this, and then this, and then this, and then this happens, and then you get there in time. Okay, and then you get there in time. And then if this happens, then you defend. And then white's obviously much better here. Okay. Okay, let's read. I have neither. Guess that's why I can't do math. Doesn't work for 2 c5 though. No, because c5 covers the triagonal long enough. Yeah. Oh, then I messed it up in my head, but you could check that was the point. No bishop c4. And then he has to do e6 first. Else bishop takes f5. Bishop takes f7. Okay, hold on. So we've got knight of 3 c5 e3. And then the question is c4 here. And then if bishop c4, and then this happens, and then you sack, but then you're down a piece. This is better for white? Too much thinking for me, going to eat dinner. Good luck with Theorycraft. All right, cheers. Thanks for hanging around, Dom. Thanks for the games earlier. It's always a pleasure. But you will mate? But you will mate how? I guess there is a mate here, right? Because after checks here... Well, I mean, this queen... Yeah, you'll mate on... Well, no, because you don't have a bishop along here. Oh, but then this happens, so... Okay, so you've got to move back here. Like, forced. And then, right. Okay, so maybe there's like a... Yeah. Okay, here... Is this mate? Yeah, this is mate. Okay. White wins here. White wins the game. Right? Yeah, and this sequence is forced. Yeah, okay. I'm with you. On h5, now queen at h5 might work already. Yeah. Let's win the race to negative elo. I believe in you, Dom. No, I mean, listen, that second game that we played, Dom, that was like an incredibly solid game. Like, until it sort of fell apart, like I might as well have been playing like Andre or Dreamer, basically, until like the very end. So, you've got really good chess intuition. So it's not like, I mean, I know that you're just memeing, but memes aside, I think that you're nowhere near, like the lowest on our ladder. I think that you're good. Oh, it took me a second to get why it's mate. Yeah. We've got this triagonal here. So this queen right here. Yeah. The issue there is that, and he can't time travel because he's in check. Yeah, the issue there is that it's immediate because you give this interstitial check and it's not like knight f6 has been played. And so this queen is only 2 away and then you get the mate. So is this a way that this could have been avoided? I guess not. But no, okay. So this is a response though to 1 c5. I wasn't talking about 1 c5. I was talking about like 2 or 3 c5, probably 2 c5. Can there be 2 kings on the board? Absolutely. Would that be worse or better? Well, usually it's worse because you've wasted a move. Like, is a mate just taking one of them? Oh, yes. Mate in this game is whenever you take any king anywhere is mate. But then your opponent has the opportunity to go further back and try to take your king before you took their king. So it's a king, not the king. Exactly. So if there are 2 kings on a board, you don't have to do like one, then the other. It's whoever can take a king the earliest wins. That's basically any king, on any timeline, no matter how many kings there are, wherever. Yeah. Any king will do. Yeah. We're not picky here in 5D. But yeah, this wasn't the I got debated here by Romad because I was talking about knight f3, knight f6, d4, c5. 2 c5 is this good was my question. And if not, what do you do? Any king will do, or a royal queen, I guess. Yeah. There are some variants where we spice it up a little, but for the most part. Man, we're 5.5 hours in. Stream always just, these days, really just flies by. Can't believe we've been here for 5.5 hours. But this is what I was more asking about. Can you just take on c5 but don't submit and go to view history like this? History view. What's the deal here? After d takes c5, white gives a check and takes the pawn. Let's do that real quick. Hold on. Gives a check, and then obviously you have to cover like this. Takes the pawn. I mean, that's just classic 2D. Maybe queen here is better. Or maybe not. Hold on. What is this? This is turn 5. Yeah, so it's tricky. Yeah, it's tricky. So let's just let's go back. Knight f3, knight f6, d4, c5, and then this is where Romad wanted us to be. So this is what we're gonna do. I think e3 now might be forced. Oh yeah, because takes and then it threatens this. Wait, e3 in response to what? Oh, e3 now might be good? Not forced. E3 now might be food. Fucking delicious, dude. Love my E3s. Are you talking about E3 here? Then what? Here? And then whatever. Here, I guess. Then maybe takes. Oh, you don't want to do that because this takes here. So I was being a little silly there. Knight f3, knight f6, d4, c5. Are we talking about e3 here? No, after takes, queen check, bishop out, queen takes, e3. Okay, queen out, bishop out, queen takes, e3. And is this better for white? Yeah, I mean, I guess you've got the head start here. I mean, this guy's gonna get... This guy's in trouble, right? And this looks terrible. Yeah, I think this is probably the play. You open the eyes of this bishop. You know, anything like... maybe... I don't know, a bishop here probably isn't the worst thing in the world. You could also push this pawn. Actually, you could probably kick the queen here. I don't know what black does in this position. I think they're probably out of tic-tacs. I think this is probably better for white, right? Queen takes and then e3, yeah. I think it's probably better for white. Maybe bishop c3 and then queen out, threatening queen trade. Yeah, bishop c3 I think is good. Well, I mean, bishop c3 is, yeah, pretty good here. I was just thinking it's trouble for, yeah, I mean, if you trade this knight, you know, and then you get a bishop on like c4 and then queen b3 becomes like a mate threat, that sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, you have to be careful. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, white can do something. Well, okay. You know, black can do something that threatens this pawn. Maybe here. And then you do this. And then black's sort of out of ideas and you're developing really well. I like this for white. I like this a lot. Not to mention, by the way, you can threaten mate like here with a queen. It's certainly possible. He's got to be careful here. Taking the queen in the past. Ooh, that's an idea. So, you know, what does white do? I don't know. Maybe something like this, and then you threaten this. Seems pretty good. Seems pretty good to me. All right. Roman, this is exactly the insight that I was looking for. These are the ideas. These are the ideas. Yeah, also the bishop pretty soon threatens mate on c8. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Well, yeah, I don't know if it's mate. You know, it's like, what is this blocked? This is opened up this turn, and then more stuff happens. So let's see we don't do the travel. Let's do some other shit. I don't know. Whatever. Queen, something. I don't know. I just want to see where... Maybe something like this, threatening this. I don't know. This happens. I just want to play passing moves until we see what this bishop sack looks like. Okay, this bishop sack's here, and then this bishop sack's here. Yeah, so probably not that turn, with the queen there and everything. Probably the next turn. And then whatever. What does white play here? Threatens here. I don't know. Well, that now it's gotten sort of trapped, so let's just say it does something like that. And then we get this. Oh, we can't move into check. The game's looking out for us. At this point, actually, this time travel might be blocked. I'll have to think about it. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. Passing moves, passing moves. And then does this actually threaten? No, because it gets covered by this knight. Okay. So this knight out here actually doesn't, you know. Yeah, right. Because after the knight moves. All right, so it doesn't quite work. Maybe bishop out was actually the play, because then we could have time traveled off of bishop c4. Probably. The queens have to be traded first for pass queen take to make sense, so that your opponent doesn't have a queen anymore, but you have. Okay, the check prevents it. Yeah, the check prevents it. But c4 wouldn't have prevented it, right? So let's see. We had knight f3, knight f6, d4, c5. We had takes, we had the check, and then the bishop, and then takes here, and then this happens. And then let's say that something goofy like this happens, and then you defend this pawn. And then let's say that this happens. You can take here, right? Why is the take here not good? Are you saying that you wouldn't do this? Is that what Romad's implying? Because I don't know about that. This looks pretty juicy. Yeah? Am I wrong? I mean, then you give him this. Yeah, it can be quite dangerous for white or black. This queen does recapture in a move. But I don't know. This queen probably wants to capture here. Maybe it's not good. Dangerous for white. Okay. Dangerous for white meaning bad for white. I think that's what Romad means. I think he means he would not do this. Yeah, you're opening up the triagonal to your king. Yeah, good call. So what if we do this here, though? And then whatever passing move, I don't know, something like this. This is probably not good to open up this diagonal, but now we have this happening. Oh, and then we can't do it because after this, then the queen captures here, and we're in check here, so we can't do it here. And then it would have to be like this turn, and I think it's blocked that turn. Probably right. Passing move, and then this queen. Yeah. This bishop's already blocked by this. Okay. So it doesn't work. So that counterplay doesn't exist. But I do like white's position here after knight f3, knight f6, d4, c5, d takes c5, queen a5 check, and then we have the bishop d2, and then the queen takes c5, and then here I think e3 is forced, so you don't allow time travel shenanigans. Yeah, because next turn you don't get anything good either. Yeah. I agree. And then here you basically just play the game. You know, this happens, and then this happens, and then you know, your opponent develops, and then basically this. I mean, it's not like for certain that somebody's doing better than somebody else per se. I don't know. You've got two moves to sort of activate this knight. Meaningfully, maybe this kicks the queen. I don't know. Maybe you play this here to sort of relieve this bishop of this duty. Got good center control. Probably want to play the bishop out here regardless, right? Bishop out here is probably good. Bishop c4. It's not like this is going to happen anytime soon. After takes, you know, you're threatening to win the game. Actually, you could even do something weird here with yeah, this threatens some stuff, right? Because let's say that well, okay, after this, then the point's moot. There's not a lot going on. Okay, let's say for some crazy reason that didn't happen. Does my math check out here? Where this can happen, and then this can happen, and then you've got this mate, right? Yeah. I mean, there's no world in which your opponent doesn't push e6 here, I don't think. I mean, this is obviously mate. So it's kind of silly to think that line through, but knight f3, knight f6, d4, c5, d takes c5, Queen a5 check, bishop d2, queen takes c5, and then e3. I guess he doesn't have to move his queen here even, but I don't see any other. What happens if he doesn't move? What happens if he just sits here annoying me? I don't know. Is it irresponsible to, what if there's a knight? What if there's a knight out here? This seems pretty irresponsible at that stage. You don't want to trade away this bishop, it opens up the diagonal. Maybe something like this, preparing this. Maybe we're going too deep into the theory here. The only way to know is to do many hours of analysis. I don't think taking on c5 is good because both sides get to develop freely, but black has his queen out already. I don't think black having his queen out is necessarily good in the early game. I think that if you're good defensively, you know, you're basically, it's more of a liability because you lose tempi with just white making like rational developing moves and your queen is in danger. Just like in regular chess, right? The reason that getting your queen out early is bad. In the past weeks, I've already promoted 5D chess to a bunch of larger streamers who picked up chess recently. Awesome. Poison Blanche is doing God's work. That's what's happening. Maybe some newcomers will join. We can only hope. This game definitely deserves a lot more attention than it gets, I think. It's just a beautiful game. But most, of course, want to learn the ropes first, of course. And hey, if they're looking for somebody to learn from, you know, hook me up with them. I'd be more than happy. Also, knight bd2 to free the bishop from covering the king triagonal first, but still a nice idea. Yeah, here and then knight bd2. Yeah, for sure. Black just develops normally. Knight out into b5. Yeah, looking at something like this. I just don't like this because if this happens, I guess you always have this, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, that seems like a bit of a nightmare, right? I think it can be dangerous because white can try to trade queens and take the open queen in the past. Yeah, I think it's spooky. I think even out of this position, like, yeah, let's say that developing move happens here. And then this happens. And then what? I mean, you say that black develops, but I think it's kind of scary, right? Like either black moves his queen here or he doesn't. And if he doesn't, then what the hell's going on? What's the idea? Okay, e5 seems pretty crazy, but we play e6 here to block this diagonal. Something like this. And then you've got something like this happening. Maybe something like this. I mean, it's defended by the bishop, so taking in the past and then the recaptures. It's not ideal. You do kind of want to trade queens first, right? Maybe something like this. And then this kick can't happen because you've got c7 here. Knight c7. Classic fork-roni. I don't know. But these situations where it's unclear what you want to do with the, like maybe knight f3, knight f6, d4, c5, d takes c5, queen a5 check, bishop d2, queen takes c5, e3. Okay, so in situations like this, I never know, like, the extent to which it's actually rational to, for example, take this queen. Because we lose tempi on this board, but also our position is so solid. Like, I don't know how much it matters. You know, especially because he can't take back. I mean, he can take back like this, but then we just won a queen, you know? And he doesn't have the initiative. He doesn't have the tempo. I just never know. So it's really hard to tell. Maybe also after c5, just play c3, and after queen b6, push through to d5. Maybe I have to do e3 before that, though. Yeah, the e3, the diagonal to f2 is a real liability. Maybe it can be good here. Still, timeline priority is usually worth more than a queen. I think you're probably right. Then again, timeline priority is worth a lot less without queens. But I would probably never play this move, to be clear. You set up time travel threats and you can't. Yeah. Wait, even with the one queen, I think you're probably right. I'd never play this in an actual game. Like this, I'd never play this. And I'd probably be happy to see my opponent play this. I say that. I've been wrecked by this before. But I think it's more principled to not do that. So let's see the... Okay, knight f3, knight f6, d4, c5, and then c3, and in response to queen b5, push d5. Now this is a real problem. Now, oh, yeah, now it's blocked the previous turn. Right. So maybe the e3 push isn't necessary. But what if... Okay, takes here possibly... Yeah, I mean, takes here doesn't work, right? Because after queen takes d5, c4, you just drop back to c3 and this travel can't happen. Unless that travel can happen. Let's check that. Knight f3, knight f6, d4, c5, c3, bishop b5, d5. And then let's do knight takes d5, queen takes d5, and of course c4, d4, this queen is blocked from going into the past. And then it's blocked on the next turn. Or no, it's not blocked the turn after that, right? So it doesn't work. Yeah, okay. Point taken. Yeah, it's not good. So what is... I have 3, -6, d4, c5. After this situation pushes here, and then has to push here and then here. And this is good for white, probably. Right? What happens now? e6. Well, maybe it's hard to defend this pawn after this happens. And our bishop is kind of... I guess we would do e3 here instead of kick the... Well, okay, sorry. You can't do anything but... Okay, hold on. Let's be sensible. After this, obviously what needs to happen is either running the queen away or something else. But yeah, I don't think that there's any way that white capitalizes. I mean, this is a clumsy structure for white, obviously. Yeah, that's the main line. Don't listen to Romad, just go full ham with the timelines. We need at least 5. I guess I have to play Narik during my next stream. By the way, today I played a small tourney of a game I started to play yesterday, but I already watched it for several years. I played in a small tourney of a game I started to play yesterday, but I've already watched for several years. Supercom Forged Alliance. Feels familiar, but I'm not... It sounds familiar, but I don't think I'm actually familiar. I think I've heard of it, though. How did it go? Did you do well? Really complex, real-time grand strategy. Interesting. I am RTS. StarCraft was my life for a hot few years in high school. So I've got a bit of the RTS bug, the competitive RTS bug for sure. So Abstract Meta says there's 3 different ideas after this point, and it gets really complicated. I've been doing some analysis on these positions with Los. It can be very tricky for both sides. Wow, you got some analysis going on here. Okay, spicy. We've got some theory being developed behind closed doors. Interesting. Moving the bishop out, and black just takes on b2. What? Moving the bishop out and black just takes on b2. Okay, wait, are you saying, pseudo abstract meta, that the super commander, I see. Interesting. Super Commander Forged Alliance. I don't think I've ever heard of it. It's very different from StarCraft, though, already from the fact that you're encouraged to play from a strategic zoom level instead of the artificial close camera StarCraft has. I'm terrible with micro, no RTS for me. Well, any seasoned StarCraft player will, be very quick to jump on that and talk about how, micro is overrated and you can just mass Marines all the way up to Master League. Macro is so much more important, blah, 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 blah. It's also designed to be more macro heavy. Yeah. I would probably agree that StarCraft is, micro is basically negligible in StarCraft until you're, amazing at the game. And then you can start to worry about it. I never got that good. I mean, I got to low master, high diamond, type deal, and then sort of stopped playing. Yeah. Okay, but listen, pseudo abstract meta, are you telling me that there's a refutation here to this situation, and then this, and then this, and then this? Are you telling me that this is better for black? Because I don't think that this is better for black. It doesn't look better for black. I grew up on cheating rocket launcher cars into AoE 2. I'm right there with you. You're talking my language. How do you turn this on, right? How do you turn this thing on, I think? Man, good times. Bringing me right back. All my cousins in Turkey loved Age of AoE 2. And yeah, we knew those cheat codes by heart. Let's see. It was a lumberjack for wood, rock on, cheesesteak Jimmy's or Jimmy's cheesesteak or something like that was food. I don't remember what gold was. Who cheats in gold anyway? Good stuff. And then Aegis, I think, was the immediate build. You didn't have to wait for build time. Good stuff, man. I can explain some of what we found if you want to chat through Discord. Oh, you mean get on voice? Yeah, why not? Let's do that. There was also Big Mama. Oh, which one was Big Mama? There were the monkeys, right? There was one where there was suicidal monkeys, I think. Which one was Big Mama? Oh, was that maybe gold? This is bringing me right back. Also from the fact that you can reclaim wrecks of beaten units to give back up to 80% of the cost, which makes for a really interesting dynamic gameplay. Ah, that's interesting. I'm a sucker for RTS, so I'll have to check it out. No, I don't really have time. I as soon as I said that, I knew that there was no way I was gonna be able to do that. Yeah, I think there was one with monkeys, but I forget the monkeys code. Or maybe that was AoE 1. I don't remember. All right, pseudo. Let's chat here. Let's get off looking as well. All right, we're going to be joined by our guest, pseudo abstract meta, who's going to try to convince me that this is better for black. So let's get in here. Hey, how's it going, man?
Yo, what's up? I'm just going to mute the stream real quick.
Yeah, all right, good call.
So, do you want to go live through Discord so I could just see, and then you could just show people?
Yeah.
Or maybe we could go through mine. I don't know.
Okay, let's watch let's restream your Discord stream.
Okay.
And see what's going on here. I think my screen cap doesn't have chat show. Hold on, let's do this live here. I've got to put a chat box into Twitch chat. is going to go into this corner. My face is going to go into this corner. Sorry, we're doing it live here. What does my Twitch chat box look like? Okay. Oh, I don't want to make it smaller. What is it? Alt to... Which software are you using? I use Streamlabs OBS. I'm a noob, and I didn't want to do any research before going live, and it just does everything for you, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I think a lot of people do. But okay. I played Caesar 3 more than AoE 2. I don't know that one. I recommend TTV/TheBRNK. It's really fun to watch, and the streamer got me interested. I'll have to check it out. Okay. Pseudo, what the hell is going on? Show us the way.
So I haven't actually found like a refutation to this. So like maybe it's playable.
Is a strong word, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I don't really like this for white. Like although
the brink of insanity.
Like I guess. Well, wait, can
I would E3 immediately after that.
Yeah, he definitely has to do that.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're toast. So
after this capture,
let me know if the levels are off.
This is definitely forced. Turn him but like, if both sides just develop, I don't see how white kind of punishes like black's push in the center. So I haven't really done any analysis on this specific position, but like look how passive white is. Like even though he got his pieces out,
I think this looks spooky for black. Yeah. Because like after the I mean I was thinking about, you know, like, oh, black has center control or whatever, and then I looked at E5, but that E5 push feels pretty suicidal.
Too dangerous.
Yes. I don't know that I'd necessarily, you know, like take immediately. Yeah. But I mean let's get this back up on the board here.
But I think white just has better chances
E3?
if he's able to E3. If he just puts his queen on B3 when the queen isn't on this square.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. It seems passive to me. I'll need to look at it, but like again, how you develop? I mean, I guess you develop this bishop here.
I might. I mean, as white, I don't even know if I play. Maybe I do. I mean, I like. Well, okay, so as soon as you kick that queen, yeah, I don't really know, because in this situation, you block your queen from getting to b3, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is an issue.
And I can maybe start attacking b2 immediately.
Yeah, so I don't think I'd play. I don't necessarily think I would play.
Knight there?
Knight c3 immediately. That's my slogan. The brink of insanity. What's the slogan?
So would you develop the bishop first or move the bishop over here?
Okay, this is a good question. Here, yeah, so after knight c6, I'd probably take a lot of time.
Yeah.
After knight c6, maybe we have ideas of...
Because so something I want to do in this position is I just want to start pushing this d pawn down the board. And then if I could open up your king, then you're probably going to lose. So you really don't want this d pawn going down the board.
Well, okay, so let's say, okay. Let's play a3. And then what do you do? B4.
Okay. I could just probably go here.
C3.
Okay. Can I do that? Probably not.
Not that I necessarily think this is amazing. I'm just.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'd probably go here to develop my bishop and start attacking e3.
Okay, if you do something like that, then what if we hit like wait, queen b3 here can't like f7 sec or anything, can it?
Well, it would be pretty late.
Yeah, it hits that pawn. Yeah, okay.
And it'll always hit that pawn.
Yeah.
And if you were to say do it, yeah.
But what if you what if you do this anyway, and then you break on c4 maybe, because you've got your bishops trained. Because like black's bishops are like incredibly passive, right? Like we've got a shitty knight on b1.
They're just about to get developed, right? So look at them. They have.
Well, I guess, but how?
Clear squares. The bishop's gonna go to h6 unless
that's fair.
The pawn pushes, which that looks pretty risky.
I wouldn't push that pawn.
E4. This light square bishop. Maybe I'm gonna attack this knight.
Yeah, you probably at some point push h3 as white. I guess if you're not in a hurry with that queen move, like maybe instead of c3 there, I would have played like h3, or even maybe knight c3. Yeah, so it takes, this happens, bishop d2, queen takes c5, e3.
Then I develop.
Okay, here, I think I played a3.
Oh.
And then I think d5 might have happened, and then b4.
Oh, you mean b? Yeah.
And then queen move happens. And then.
Yeah, I could also go to b6 too. So
I think that's probably fine. Maybe I'm not doing enough with my bishops in this situation. Let's chat say slogan is actually strategy gaming on the edge. D-pawn is kind of pinned to the queen by the bishop ATM. D-pawn is sort of pinned to the queen by the bishop.
Well, like if I like
knight c3 b5 again. Yeah, yeah, knight c3, knight b5 is what I was thinking. And what Romad was thinking.
Well, what if I play d4?
Then you probably just take with the knight.
Like bishop g4 is coming. I don't know. I don't think anybody's gonna want to take this knight. So it looks quite risky. I mean, maybe this is playable, but like I just go here.
No, I mean here you probably threaten with the. Yeah. Here you'd probably threaten. Yeah, you probably play like bishop g4. Well, no, that's a problem because then you just have bishop e3 and then you're totally safe. Or no, sorry, not bishop e3. That's one square off, isn't it? Yeah,
so
it's out of time.
To this square, I think.
Yeah. Okay. I think taking the knight's probably a mistake there, but you're also not down material, right?
Aren't you?
No, I don't
sacrifice
think so.
A piece.
I don't think so. I mean, we're pretty far down the line here, but
yeah. So it's questionable whether this will actually happen. Here,
okay,
right?
okay, Romad, we kept him for about as long as he could afford to be kept. So thanks for hanging around. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Sleep well. Good night, sweet prince. All right. Okay. No.
Oh wait, I messed up.
Yeah.
This
We
was
push. Oh yeah, you
I
have to.
I added this move, but it happens later on, right? So it doesn't really
Yeah.
change.
So B4 here.
And then let's just look at one line to be simple.
And then knight C3. Yep. And then you push the pawn here. You do give up the knight. Yeah. So before, what happened here is knight takes pawn and then knight takes back, which wasn't good. But no, wait. After this push happens, why not just knight? Well, like knight B5 is the reason that we played knight C3, right? So instead of pushing the pawn here as white, which I probably wouldn't do anyway. Knight B5, and then that queen needs to find a home.
Okay.
Whoops, 3 a.m. Yeah, good luck with the time travels. Cheers. Thanks for hanging around, though. It was a great time. Appreciate the company. Okay, D5 here. And then B4.
Oh, whoops.
And then D4, and then... oh, yeah, okay. The queen moves, and then we play C3. Not C3, but knight C3. Yeah, so then D4, and then knight B5.
Knight B5, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So kicking the queen and attacking the pawn there. Because now both of the knights defend D4. And also, black has to start worrying about his own king safety, especially when that pawn is out of there. The pawn just feels like more of a liability than an asset. That's my only concern.
Well, I don't really mind if I give up a pawn, I guess.
Okay, so here, whatever. Knight takes D4, I guess.
B knight?
Yeah, B knight for sure.
Actually, this is probably really good.
Oh, hey, we gotta fork, don't we? No, that would be good. This is why it's good for two people to be looking at the position. I mean, again, it's a bit silly to be going this deep into these lines, but still.
No, it's really important to look like this, because if these are the best moves for both sides, one side just always loses, then...
Well, I mean, who knows is the problem, right? It's important not to get down, because God knows how early on, like what assumptions we're making.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just want to see that this seems on paper pretty playable for white, which I think is definitely true. I don't know if who turns out better.
It could be playable, but...
Yeah, see, the idea that this queen is kickable is my main concern.
If I go this way, then let's just keep looking at the one line. Yeah, if I go this way, then the same tactic doesn't work anymore, and I'm still defending the pawn. But we'll just keep going.
Yeah. We should take a look at that too.
I guess
we move the queen somewhere else.
I could also just play a6 the move before.
Wait, a6 when though?
Before you move the knight, so that.
But then you're not.
Then I'm not opening it up yet, but you can't. What's your next move after that?
Probably something like.
And then I think we were discussing.
Probably something like, bishop d3. Instead of
you don't want to take this pawn?
No. Sorry, I was saying if you pushed a6 instead of knight b5, I'd probably play bishop.
Yeah, that looks okay.
Yeah, Because that also preps from c3 your knight to go like e4. Yeah.
So it's an interesting position.
But go back to where the queen goes somewhere else.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
This kind of looks like a waste of time. But
it does look but the thing is you're guaranteed to gain back the time when you kick the queen, which is the reason that's fine. Okay, so yeah, here it's not so clear. I think knight c3 is probably still good.
And I mean, yeah, you still have this square, which is nice.
Yeah, which kicks the queen again. You gain another tempo.
But from here, the knight doesn't actually attack this square.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's a little bit different. Also, no, that doesn't work. I just take it.
But you, like here, I might play. Okay, this might be dangerous because you have. Because now, like, the diagonal's open and you have...
Well, I don't have a pawn on this diagonal, but it's hard for you to make use of this at the moment. Like, you can maybe push here.
Well, takes is probably a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, I wonder what happens after I do this. This kind of looks iffy.
Yeah, if you take here.
Yeah, you can't.
No, I think this loses because if you if you take the if you try and like take the knight or something and like race, then queen takes bishop.
What do you mean? So after this
doesn't work. Oh no, wait, there's a knight on. Never mind. Hold on. So now what happens? This is a good question.
I have to take with this pawn. Because I think if you take with the bishop, there's this check, and then I at least get your knight.
No, I was just thinking of ignoring it.
Ignoring this pawn? You're gonna let me take the bishop for free?
Well, I don't know. Let's say you take the knight with white takes the knight here.
Okay, well.
Okay, so now takes with the takes with our knight.
So this isn't mate yet.
Correct.
Wait. So how far is this? This is 6 away. This opens up on T11, 9, 10, or 10, 9, 12, 13, 14. So I should win on the next turn. So
yeah, there probably isn't a way for because you open up the diagonal and then you can't get it back. I mean, I'd never do this in a timed game anyway, but
yeah.
Probably the move where you push on the knight instead of that.
Yeah.
Instead of pushing b5, I would probably play bishop d3 instead of I think bishop d3. Yeah, because then if pawn takes you you can recapture with the bishop and you don't have. Okay, at that point I agree, it's maybe a little iffy.
Here. I push. Were we looking at this line before? I think. Yeah, we were. And then bishop d3.
Yeah. And then recapture with the bishop.
Okay. So this is like, I don't really like this bishop being here because I guess technically white could castle and be okay. But It's like this bishop is kind of pinned to the king in a way.
No, I mean it definitely is, but how do you take advantage of that? Because white, like as soon as white gets to breathe, they also have like, this diagonal to f7.
Okay, but it's not going to be. This is already turn 11, so it's not going to be on.
Yeah. But as soon as you like, if you put like a bishop on, I don't know, like
okay.
Let's say that like here, I don't know, you play knight g4 or something, then you can suddenly, I guess we haven't moved our c pawn. Yeah, well, I mean that's an issue because the queens you can just trade off the queens, but like. You can also, I don't know what I'd do here. Okay, the bottom line is that it seems to be playable. If, I mean, it's
you know
iffy
the line.
for sure, but I think
if you know
playable.
The line, it's playable, but like black has a little bit of initiative. Like he's playing for a win here.
White also has initiative.
Yeah, I mean, both sides are okay. But like this is why I don't really want to play d4 as white, because there's all these really complicated things that black could do with like it just opens up this diagonal from the
so king. What do you play?
So I'd rather play c4, and then so this is what I'm looking at. I play here, so I don't think black would really want to play this because it just lets me get my queen with this check. So it's like the same thing in reverse.
Right.
Except black's down half a tempo instead. So I don't know. Maybe I haven't really looked at this position a lot either.
Like bishop d7 here, right?
Mm-hmm. I can't really take this pawn back, but there's a threat here now. So
where's the threat?
On b6.
There's a threat on b6.
B7. B7.
Oh, me. I mean, sure, but you know, like you push b6. It doesn't look great.
I guess I don't really want to take.
Yeah, I mean the knight takes back with a tempo on the queen.
I guess I just develop my knight. It makes enough sense, and I guess my queen gets kicked.
Yeah, your queen gets kicked with the knight.
But then it's like it's a playable game, I guess.
Okay, so I'm glad to see that there isn't too much on either side that like punishes really strongly the d4 d5, but these are definitely spicy lines.
Yeah, at least like for now, because it could be that black can't play d4 here.
Yeah,
he might have to play c5 in response. But the good thing about c5 for black in this is that he doesn't actually have to worry about these f7 sacks anymore.
It's true.
Because white's pawn is here.
Yeah.
So, like, there's some analysis that I've done for this position, and it gets pretty interesting because I play here, and there's threats on this d6 square.
What happens here if the knight just gets kicked immediately?
So if this, then I do this, and then you probably don't want to take.
Oh right, sure, yeah, of course.
So so this is a pretty interesting position.
Okay. Gotcha. Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. I think that we're gonna call it. We're 6.5 hours into the stream, so thanks for the analysis. It's given me a lot of food for thought. Pseudo abstract meta.
Yeah. Now we'll all be playing c4 for the tourney.
I think I'm probably on the d4 train still, but we'll see. Okay. You've given me a lot to think about here.
I'll just have to punish you hard enough.
Exactly. Are we in the same group?
I'm not actually in the turn 0 tourney. I'm just doing the exotic.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, cool.
But next time, I'll probably play you next week.
Sounds good.
Whenever you're playing.
I mean, I'll be here hopefully same time. All right, I'm gonna get off Discord and sign off for the stream.
Awesome. See ya.
All right, peace. All right. Good old healthy community analysis. It's always some good times. All right. I think we're going to call it here, stream. It's almost 9 p.m. I should probably eat dinner. Thank you so much to everyone joining. Hope you enjoyed the games. We had some good games today. We hit 1600. Big pog. We're almost on the leaderboard. Not quite. Number 11, not number 10, but we'll get there. All right. Thank you so much for the support. Same time here next week. Probably. I might have real life obligations that prevent me from doing that, but it's going to be it for me. Everybody, take it easy. See you next time.